Hello, chat. Does this look, does this sound better? I mean, hopefully it probably looks the same. Does it sound better, though? That's the important thing. Hoping for positive feedback on this one. It's lighting up on my side on OBS, so I feel like this is a promising sign. That was so weird. It's literally on OBS, if you've not used it before, and it's just like a series of bars for like your desktop audio, your mic, whatever other sound things you have. And there's a slider for volume, and then there's a mute button, unmute button. So when we do the music, the desktop audio and the mic is muted, so it's all of that. And then I swap the scene, I unmute myself, and then I talk. You know, simple. But for whatever reason, no good. No good this time. That was a little bit weird. My Spotify was bugging as well, so all seems a little bit bizarre. Maybe I got a virus. Maybe my computer's crashing. But it seems like at least by hook or by crook, we're working. Thanks, Wilder.
Piss, I have to resub to this bald bastard.
Appreciated. Alright, where are we? You're the virus? I'd believe that. Okay. Alright, let me reset up all my scenes and stuff. Now my now my Overwatch isn't connecting. Maybe they don't want us to watch the replays. Everything is conspiring against us. Well, let me in game. Let me in. Hey, Blackjack. Oh, I'm in. Alright.
Who's this guy?
Appreciated, Stefan. Appreciated. Is it Stefan or Steven? Oh, hype train as well. All right, I need to reset up everything because it was set up before, but I had to just restart OBS, didn't I? What do I want? Let's turn my pen on. Pen. Sign a life with a pen, that's good. Browser as well. Which one is it? That one? Yes, there we go. Pronounced the same as Steven? Thank you. Oh. It's the same account Hunter would use? No, Hunter's got his own account. We're on one of the backup SSG accounts, I guess, in case anything went wrong, but nothing went wrong and they didn't need it. So, all right, plan for today and maybe plan for this week as a whole is one, maybe stop getting flashbanged so much by the sun. One-handed. All right, stop getting flashbanged so much by the sun. We've achieved that. After that is to look through some of these. Thank you as well. Oh, thank you for a Prime Egg Spear. Welcome back. Oh. No, Hunter's got his own account. Hunter's account is called Hunter. What's on my hand? Oh, it was my glasses cloth I was holding. So yeah, plan for this week is to look through a few of these replays because we all saw, I presume we all saw, at very least saw some of the tournament at the weekend. So I thought we'd sort of go through some of the key maps and break it down. So I think really when I look at what are the big series, right? What are the ones that we definitely want to look at? Obviously this one, right? Undoubtedly this one. This has got to be top of our list. So I think maybe we'll do both both iterations, maybe even this one as well. I think we start with this one because it's the most exciting in terms of Nightmare versus Crazy Raccoon, and then we also hit Nightmare on the finals day, and maybe try and key into some differences of what worked and what didn't work, why it was so different Saturday to Sunday. And then maybe, obviously we're going to do a grand finals review, and that'll be later in the week. And then other key games, this Falcons Once Again game I feel like is a big one. Maybe a couple of the Virtus Pro games. I think, even though this was a very one-sided game, I'm very much interested into why didn't Virtus Pro get closer to Once Again? Stuff like that. And then we can make our way through some of the others. Maybe even like the SSG Once Again one's quite interesting as we go through. But I think priority is obviously going to be this. I mean, this one today with some more Nightmare and maybe Grand Finals tomorrow. And that seems like those are the two big ones to get across. None of the boxes have been lining up? What do you mean? Oh, is my... Hold on, wait. Oh, okay, I see. This was, like, dragged slightly too high. Now? Yeah. Now we're talking. Yeah, my browser was slightly too high. Now we're good. I must have dragged it by accident when I was messing up with OBS. I promise you I can draw a box round, I think. Alright, so... Oh, actually, one other thing I want to look at quickly. Well, let me refresh this. If you've not seen this before, this was very kindly made by No Idea. It's kind of, it's a sort of data, what do you call it? Data visualization sheet or website. And this has all the data of the comps and everything that was played for LAN. So this is obviously inclusive of all the major games from all regions. So I just thought it was maybe interesting to have a little bit of a look around this. Obviously, maybe no surprises now right at the top here. I don't know if maybe I can zoom a little bit more. I don't know how easy it is to read for you guys. But Sojin, unsurprisingly the most popular. Brig up here, Tracer up here. Lucio, Kiriko, and Juno were all almost like... These 4 supports were almost used in every situation. Maybe the most surprising is how little Ana we saw. Obviously a lot of Winston, Pharah, Genji, even D.Va up there as well. I think what's interesting if we look at just for tanks as well, overwhelming amount of Winston, right? Like over half the time. This is for 40% mark and this is for 50% mark. Just, you can see the 40% mark on your screen. So 50% is this line here. So Winston the only tank to see 50% playtime. It's not exact by minutes, it's just based on rounds played. So there's a bit of mitigation here, but we can still take big trends. Obviously we can see a teeny tiny amount of Ryan Zarya at the bottom. And what's maybe interesting as well is the Malga actually managed to be the 3rd most played tank, even though I think it was really like Falcons dominated. Obviously Falcons played a lot of games out in this LAN, which will help buff up those numbers. And people obviously found themselves mirroring Malga in a lot of situations almost exclusively against Falcons. But I imagine if we don't have access to it, if we did a breakdown of where this, what looks like 25% Malga came from, it would, I think it's going to be 100% in Falcons matches. So, interesting that Falcons one team can have such an impact on the overall playtime of a tank. Over on support, the biggest surprise for supports, so these top 4, Juno, Kiriko, Lucio, and Brig, the ones we saw in the top 10 overall, is actually this Ana one. This Ana is down at, this is probably just, it's like 32% or something, just over 30%. This is really low for how much Ana I expected. I thought we'd be in a way heavier Ana meta. It was still the closest to these main heroes, but I guess all the time he starts to play these faster-paced comps, like Winston-based stuff, D.Va, Hazard, whatever it is, even Malga-based stuff, and all of a sudden survivability just comes at a premium. So I was a little bit surprised not to see more Ana. One thing that's worth noting is, I'll show you the bans in a second, but the bans tell you, maybe part of the reason we saw so little Ana is because we're banned all the bloody time. DPS picks, I think a huge amount of surprises here. Sojin right at the top. This is over 80%, right? This is egregiously high. That Sojin has played 80% of the time. Tracer really far up here as well. I think obviously lines up a little bit with some of the backlines, everything we saw. Pharah incredibly popular, Genji popular still. Then we get a little bit more sort of alternate hit scan picks here, Ashe and Cass way below, and then more of a few more of the niche picks here, Torb, Sim, Mei, Sombra. I think even a lot of this Sombra might have actually almost just been Stalker. Yeah. But yeah, if I show you the analysis, let me just send it to only the Hangzhou LAN. If I show you the analysis, I think I've just coined that term. But we can see Ana is all the way up here as the most banned hero. All the way. I mean, I can zoom out a little bit so you can maybe you can see. Is it gonna auto? It keeps resizing the graph, but if I put it there, you can sort of see everything. You see Ana, Ramattra just below this, maybe also ties into how much Circuit Royale we saw. Pharah getting banned quite a lot, Lucio as well. Then everything else kind of in the mix. Again, like Malga's about here, which seems almost in correlation of its standing in terms of where when it was just against Falcons, Malga was probably really being banned. So I thought well, that was sort of mildly interesting in terms of actually what the meta was and what was in play. But for real interest, and I should change the stream title for this. is for Crazy Raccoon versus, where are we? Day 2, Crazy Raccoon versus Nightmare. So, we'll go into this one. I need to make sure my binds are right, because obviously it's not my account. Oh yeah, Lip did play a little bit as well. I feel like Stalker was still the majority of it, but no, yeah, I do have a memory of that as well. Let me just make sure, let's see, my pause, slow down, speed up, forward, back, everything seems to be working. Volume maybe seems a touch loud. Is there anything else I need pause-wise? All the players are still bound. Anything else? I was going to change the stream title as well, right? Change the stream title. What's I doing? Let's see. Crazy Raccoon versus Nightmare. VOD review. Hangzhou Major. Oh, maybe I should spell Hangzhou right out of respect. that seems like the minimum respect I could give. Are the codes public? Codes aren't public. They're all on OPR anyway, so even if you had the codes, you can't access it without having access to OPR. But obviously, very fortunately for me, I get it through SSG, so I can use their backup accounts. I know, I think OBS Sojin, if I'm not mistaken, has been posting POVs, right? So maybe that's your closest way if there's like a really specific player you're interested in. So obviously, she has. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I think she posted maybe a few of the Nightmare Crazy Raccoon ones already. But I presume that's gonna get filled out as quickly as she can manage it. So yeah, so I guess what we should start with is we need to rewind our thinking to where we were right at the start of this series. Because I think, remember, this was the first game of Saturday, first game of day 2, and lots of people were sleeping in. EMEA people sleeping in. Sleeping in. This game's going to be a roll. It's 3-0 Crazy Raccoon. Blah, 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 blah. Lots of people going to sleep in. And I think, to be fair, even though I thought Nightmare would do better than they did at Soup, I don't think anyone had this on the cards. So, nobody had this on the cards. And to be honest, we're going to watch this map 1, and it's still not going to look on the cards at all. So I think what I'm really interested in is it felt like there was a point of the new Queen Street where it turned. And all of a sudden, it felt like we saw Crazy Raccoon start to make mistakes we would never really associate with them. Felt like maybe in particular Chorong, maybe even Shu to a degree, only plays underperforming. And maybe what's most respectable from what Nightmare did is this wasn't a situation where it felt like Nightmare maybe had a better meta read, or, you know, maybe at, say, the Overwatch World Cup where Saudi Arabia won, where it was like, oh, maybe actually China and Korea they've got the wrong meta. They got the wrong meta. I actually think Crazy Raccoon had what felt like the right meta read, but just got beaten on some mirror comps and just got beaten in more of a straight up ones. Should getting handled the next day take away from the achievement of the win? Yeah, I think we're going to talk about this on Coachable, because one thing that I've seen people say on Reddit and Twitter is, well, it's a bloody fluke then. It's a bloody fluke. Crazy Raccoon must have just had a shit day, all of this, right? But I think Crazy Raccoon did have a shit day, because remember, after this game, they go on to smash they beat Virtus Pro, they absolutely just destroy once again in what everyone was expecting to be like a pretty close series. So, clearly wasn't just an off day completely, right? Because they did a lot of winning this day as well. So I'm not sure I buy into the fluke narrative. I think what you get whenever two teams play any sport is there's this degree of variance, right? So let's say I'm Crazy Raccoon and my peak is really fucking high and my bottom, let me use different colors actually. Let's say the scale, there we go. Let's say the scale is all the way from here to here, and then let's use blue for Crazy Raccoon, and let's say actually when everyone's playing their best, we can hit the peak, right? We can hit the peak, and then even when we're not playing our best, we're actually still pretty fucking good because we're Crazy Raccoon, right? And then if I use a different color for Nightmare, let's say Nightmare's peak is nowhere near where Crazy Raccoon are if Crazy Raccoon are all playing their best. But maybe their range is like here or something, right? So what this means is Crazy Raccoon a better team than Nightmare most of the time. But if on a particular occasion, if I use to have a different color, let's use green. If Nightmare have a performance near their peak and Crazy Raccoon just have a kind of mid performance, then there's a chance that Nightmare can be the better team. So I think this is what we're talking about. Like, does Nightmare beating Crazy Raccoon mean they're a better team than Crazy Raccoon? No. Does it mean they're exclusively worse? Aren't you describing a fluke? No, I'm just... It's like a rarer occurrence, but there's always this chance. Because to me, when people say fluke, it's... The implication is it's like unrepeatable, right? Like, oh, it just once in a blue moon. Once in a blue moon, won't happen again, etc. Whereas I just think this is within variance, right? Like, if Crazy Raccoon play their best, they probably win, sure. But Crazy Raccoon, they're human. They can't always play their best. They're a group of individuals. Sometimes better days, worse days. Sometimes the results will affect them, right? So I think fluke is too... What's the word? It makes it sound like a more impossible thing than it actually is. Fluke definition, an unlikely chance occurrence. Yeah, but even that, like, I don't think this is chance, right? I think whenever you start saying the word fluke and you talk about lucky or chance, all of a sudden I feel like we're taking away from Nightmare. Like, when I watched this series live, I didn't think Nightmare were lucky. I think they played good Overwatch. And they won the game through playing good Overwatch, not through being lucky. So I think as soon as people start saying fluke, lucky, stuff like this, we're starting to pull away from what Nightmare actually achieved. So Maddie winning a trophy, for example. Yeah. It's kind of looking at CR played worse than they normally would. Yeah, but I think the reason they played worse is because Nightmare played well. If that makes sense. And this is what I'm hoping to see a little bit of a VOD review. Is that... Because I reckon we're going to watch this first map, and at no point during this first map are we going to get any indication that that CR are having a bad day, right? And that's obviously I don't know if I'm right. That's what we're gonna watch for replays, but that's my instinct. That's my instinct. Now, there's gonna be no indicator of a bad day, and then Nightmare are gonna make some good plays. Some of their players are gonna pop off. All of a sudden, Crazy Raccoon are gonna feel a bit off kilter. They're gonna throw like fuck, and these guys are coming to play. All of a sudden, it's gonna feel like their comp doesn't normally work on the Queen Street, and then all of a sudden, we get that momentum shift where Nightmare are gaining belief in every moment and Crazy Raccoon are losing belief every moment. And then, whatever analogy you want to use, the pendulum swings over to Nightmare's side even harder. That's one Chris would always use, pendulum. The pendulum would swing, we would have the momentum. Anything like that. So, that's what I'm going to maybe try and hope to get to the bottom of today. So again, I might be wrong, but that's why we watch for replays, right? We go in with a theory. We're scientists, right? We're scientists, right? So we go in with a theory, and now we're going to look at some of the evidence to test our theory and see if our theory holds water or has any weight, or perhaps new evidence will present itself. Yeah, no, I agree, Eris. Also, like, I think people who watch the stream might have heard me tell this before, but for anyone's benefit who's not here, that new Queen Street comp, we can talk about it more when we get there, but that new Queen Street comp, I saw Crazy Raccoon playing that in scrims over in the weeks leading up to this. And do you know what happened in every single new Queen Street I watched? Crazy Raccoon won by a comically large margin. A comically large margin. They were unstoppable on that comp. Unstoppable. People were looking. People were talking about, fuck, if we got to play Crazy Raccoon, we really got to consider, like, actually prioritizing, like, a Runa Sarpi pick or something. Because if they get to pick New Queen Street, we're fucking cooked. There's nothing we can do. So, I feel like people were like, oh, they were trolling, they were running a throw comp. I was like, they were running a comp that I wouldn't be surprised if it had 100% win rate. So I think any of this win rate, yeah. They also want a rake. So I don't know. I mean, obviously we can look at the new Queen Street, see why it didn't work, etc., etc. Well, but let's take it one at a time, right? So original theory. Crazy Raccoon played fine, and this series actually starts kind of as we all expect, right? So, ooh. Is that still a bit loud for you guys? It's a bit loud for me, but maybe it's just loud locally. Just want to POV for a second. Alright, doesn't feel too bad. Alright, so initial, I guess, outline of how we're going to play is this is the Crazy Raccoon class. Oh wait, I don't have my... I need one more bind. What's the... Where is it? You know the control for turning on icons? I normally have mine bound to is it objective markers? No. Objective camera? Spectate toggle overlay. This one? I think it's this one. Oh yeah, there we go. Ooh. Yeah, OPR access only for any codes. Maybe, wait, Panda, are you here? If you have time, make a command for it, because I imagine we're going to get asked a few times as we go through. So, all right, overlay on. This is very much classic Crazy Raccoon. Thank you, Poker Green, for the prime. Classic Crazy Raccoon. Shu is going to play some kind of, let's use pink for this on Ilios. Yeah, some kind of god position. Heesang's going to be up here dominating. And then what we expect to see is Churong is actually not going to play a traditional support role where he's just looking after his Anna or kiting his Anna around. His Anna's going to have the God spot, which means Churong is unleashed. He is free to get involved. I think he might actually be going... Where is he right now? Yeah, as you can see, Churong actually starting with his Tracer here, but he's getting involved. He's helping the dive. He's trying to overload that. Had to get rid of those paper towel ads. Maybe you need paper towels. So... What Crazy Raccoon want to do is they want the map to be big and kind of chaotic. So if Shu is here, Shu's going to be in a position, maybe he can nade in sort of this area. And then what's going to happen is there's going to be a Tracer up here, there's going to be a Farah up here, there's going to be a Ball up here. And then all of a sudden, anytime you want to play point or try and take some space, you have to walk into the zone. And if you walk into the zone, you're going to get attacked from the right, the left, above, behind. Everything is going to be really hard, and maybe you avoid the nade, but then you get booped by the ball. Maybe you avoid the nade and you avoid the ball, but then you get hit by a Farah rocket from above. All these different points of pressure. And this dive comp from Crazy Raccoon is going to work, I think, a lot more just in everyone is active. It's not necessarily like your Tracer Sombra dive maybe of Season 6, where it's like 3, 2, 1, we all go in the hack timing and all of our timing is perfectly synced up. It's just everyone's going to do some stuff, high activity, different points of pressure from different angles, and eventually something will give. Over on the other hand, we've got probably what feels like a more classic situation or classic dive composition from Nightmare, where in reality what they want is, can they find situations for Zira and Kufa to get onto the Anna? Obviously they've got to cross quite a lot of distance to get from sort of here to here. So what you might see him trying to do first is trying to clear out. Can they clear out the Tracer? Can they clear out the Farah? Can they clear out the Ball? The reason Crazy Raccoon's comp is so good is because the 3 heroes I just mentioned, the Farah, the Tracer, the Ball, these are very hard heroes to clear. So we'll see how both teams try and approach it. We can go back a little bit. I will probably actually want to. That's down to 10 seconds. All right. So as you can see already, Jumbin's going to be able to set up behind. Nightmare don't really have a choice to do anything about that. You see Lip and Churong are going to team up on Zero on this side. So all of a sudden, Crazy Raccoon, they just controlled so much of a map immediately. They can control this right-hand side thanks to Lucio Tracer. They're going to have a Ball behind. Chu is going to be super safe. Lethal's going to try and take this position on the high ground. Jumbin's going to go for a slam. Again, not like there's not everyone necessarily swinging at the same time. Heesan can maybe fire some rockets. They all sort of de-peak it fairly well. Everyone kind of lives. But again, while this slam is happening over here, and, you know, Nightmare's backline's going to feel pretty happy with how they lived this. What's going to happen is Zera is going to have all of these cooldowns forced because he's getting 2v1'd. He has no recall. He has to concede for space. And he's just dead, right? Multiple points of pressure. And why is the backline not looking after him? Well, because we're bloody worried about everything else, aren't we? There's a ball coming over. Have it. Yeah, here comes Jumbin. Admiral's looking at the ball. UV's trying to avoid getting slammed. They're trying to look after Lethal, who is trying to rotate forward to find, like, maybe a dynamite timing. But as you can see, what bloody hope do they have? What bloody hope do they have of connecting this distance onto Shu? None at all, right? So they need to try and clear some of these other angles, but they're just getting overwhelmed. Zera's going to die first. Now they've got player advantage. Lip and Chirong are going to keep pushing the angle. Shu's rotating away from the danger. Again, they've got a little bit of space towards point. No bloody hope, Dan. Now the roll comes through, and as you can see, what Shu is doing now, he is taking the super safe position, saying, dive me if you can. But now he's kind of realised we've got a kill. They've taken a load of attention. So if there is no more pressure coming towards me, I should walk forward. See if I can find a nade timing. He's going to do that. Again, we can look high activity. The rolls coming through. Opportunity for Heesang. Opportunity for Lip. Big rocket connects. Cuffer tries to drop the wall. Heesang and Lip going to get 2 kills. And it just seems remarkably hard to deal with, doesn't it? Would a Kiri or an Ana be better from UV here? Yeah, I think, to be honest, like, there's a few different ways you can do it. I think Toronto had success last year with a Diva, Diva Juno Brig. Or Ana Brig, I could see also being quite effective. Your Ana Brig, obviously, there's still, like, all these same problems still apply to the Ana Brig. But I feel like Juno Lucio is a very squishy version. And you throw an Ashe into that as well. So something like an Ana Brig cast maybe feels like your best way of sort of being sturdy against it. And having your cast can still play quite aggressive. The bans were... Let me get those up. It was... I want to say, was it Winston ban? Where am I going? Ilios. Sorry, Brig ban from Crazy Raccoon, Winston ban from Nightmare. Did you pay for Office 365? I did not. You work for Microsoft? What is this? Some kind of Inquisition? Don't use any of the Microsoft Word. I'm more of a Google Sheets guy. Thanks for thanks for asking, though. All right, so now retake Juno Lucio Ashe. It feels like a dodgy link. Are you trying to hack us, Banter Life? I feel like I'm, can I just delete one message? Are you sure it's not a virus? All right, someone jump on the proverbial grenade, will you? I'm not buying it. Pad Sanders got it. Looking like piracy. All right. So, let me go back a little bit, start of this fight. So, one thing that Crazy Raccoon's comp is also really good at is holding forward. One thing that this Overwatch client is not very good at is rewinding promptly. It's like rewinding a VHS here. Okay. Whew. Easy. All right. You'd hear the cogs turning in my computer to get that one over the line. No idea, Archie. So one thing Crazy Raccoon's comp is also really good at is going early. So all these sort of areas that quite often will just be very simple walk-up ones. Very simple walk-up areas normally, but this comp is very good at going early. There's lots of great angles for the Pharah. The ball is basically free to engage everywhere. You see Shu is even actually walking quite far forward here. trying to find a bit of a nade opportunity. He's hit lethal twice. A bit of tracer pressure. He's going to go back. Chorong's going to take him back. And Nightmare just having to work quite hard to...
Did you notice in Grand Finals Falcons figured out how to beat the Sigma Sim Torb and then immediately gave up on it? Also follow up, how many months do I have to be subbed to get a free VOD review?
Thanks, DD. Yeah, I noticed they figured out Variant Sim. Yeah, I don't think they should have given up on it either. I think they like overreacted. You could see on Circuit Royale, and we'll talk about it more of a Grand Finals review tomorrow, but you could see basically neither team had as structured a plan for that map, so it all became very much two teams improvising swaps and improvising comps, trying to one-up the other one. So it all got very chaotic very quickly, but that made it all the more fun to see. And how many months for a free VOD review? That's not a deal. You've walked into a store here and made up a deal. So, again, you see Jumpin's going to try and go early. Zero's trying to clean a space, but again, Zero's sort of almost an eternal 2v1. They clean up a little bit of space. Chorong's going to get stuck behind. Chorong's actually going to get... Wait. Let me see how long this rewind takes. Okay, that one's quicker. Maybe we just got unlucky on the first one. Did he just get Lucio gapped? What's going on? Oh! Does he get... Yeah, it's just an outrageous Lucio gap. All right. What do I think of a penalty? I think it's a real shame it happened in this situation, but it does feel like at least the teams resolved it relatively amicably. It's just really shitty that it has to happen. Has to happen in such a big moment. All right, so they lose Chorong, but honestly, no offense to Chorong, he's the least important part of this comp. It functions without him. So they can still keep holding the space. Jumpin harassing early. You can see, though, because they sort of miss on this timing, Lethal now gets, where is he? He's up here, and now he has a sort of position to overview Dynamite main, Dynamite here, shoot for Farah, etc. Stuff like that. Alright, they slowly but surely clear the space. Lethal's going to get a kill from his power position. Oh, fuck. Maybe I should be... Okay, it wasn't too bad. Just has to do a little thing. Dynamite kill. Heesang's going to catch all of that. And this is maybe... There's a little bit of punishment here, right? The fact that Shu walked up here trying to find an early engage, and he didn't find anything, means all of a sudden his position for this fight, rather than being maybe something like here where he has like nade opportunities and still relatively safe, he's an angle that's much easier to mark. Like when Lethal takes this angle, or when Kufa comes here, he has to give the space, and all of a sudden they can control everything. So actually, decent enough from Nightmare. We talked about how hard this walk-up could be, but Ollie just sort of finds a pick out of nothing, and this is the order of operations for Nightmare, right? Like, can we clear one of these groups, whether it's for Farah, the Bull, the Tracer, Lucio, whatever it might be, and then can we start to get a bit of pressure on point, get Lethal to a better position, and then maybe there's a bit more freedom for Kufa to go and fight something. Something too. Alright, they're pushing forward, looking for a late kill on Shu. Chorong is going to die as well. Now a chance for Nightmare to hold. Now they're in control. They can also do the same thing that Crazy Raccoon were trying to do to them, where they can hold quite aggressively. The only thing they have to respect is kind of what Ollie's dealing with right now, of there's a ball behind, I have to mark them. Make sure they don't flip the point. But other than that, they can still look in these areas. Like if Shu ever walks too far up area here, we can Dynamite and we can send our Hazard, we can send our Tracer type thing. And it should be a little bit easier for Zero to take this Tracer 1v1, or even if Chorong comes, he can get a bit more pocket, a bit more help from Lethal. Thank you, Wiz Terrier, as well for the Prime. Alright, so they're all going to give up the space relatively easily. I don't know about this. Like, I feel like you can kind of, like, Admiral will need a bit of help, but I feel like you can kind of, you can keep holding a bit more aggressively. They're going to back it up to point. Now, all of a sudden, you see, again, Admiral is sort of caught more marking this ball. Lethal's going to back it up. Still have control of the choke. I do wonder if there's, again, is there a timing for Zero or Kufa to get more aggressive? Like, it's harder for Zero in some of these positions just because he's starting on low ground. So his ability to go connect onto Shu is just longer. I think if I remember right, when Toronto beat the Bull comp, they did it with a Genji instead, because the Genji has... It's actually lethal theory, back from London Spitfire. But Genji can go high grounds, let me go Genji. But the Genji can connect on these a little bit more. Lip's going to find his way in and get a pulse bomb. And I think if you maybe just look at some of these, like, if I go back and watch it from Lip's point of view, you talk about controlling space, right? And if you're in control of space, what you want to do is, if you're controlling the right space, nobody can walk through right. If you're controlling the left space, no one can walk through left. You know, hold your lane, essentially. But it felt all a little bit too easy for Lip to get through there. So that's what I want to go back and see if the replay. Maybe I should stop rewinding so much, because it feels like it's good for a couple, but then every now and again we get the long one. So maybe I'll try and cut back on that, so we can have a smoother experience. Come on, turn the cogs, turn the cogs, turn the cogs. Can we get a thanks for 17? You guys are just making things up. You guys just make up stuff to happen, and then are surprised when it doesn't happen. Afternoon, Red Eyes. VHS theory? I know, right? Like, do you ever remember like renting a film or buying a film where it would come over like 2 VHS cassettes or something, or 2 DVDs because it was too long? Anyway, so yeah, Lip gets through here. Yeah, and it just all feels a little bit too easy for Lip, right? Kind of just wanders in left, gets a pulse bomb attempt. Would have liked more pressure on that area. Can we control it a little bit more? Can we not let it through? But obviously part of the reason it's so easy is Jumbin's also putting like both supports' attention. You can see how they've all just conceded a lot of space just through Jumbin existing behind them. So now they have the pulse bomb opening, and they're going to do more of the same, right? All of a sudden you can see Jumbin putting pressure on the back line, left a little bit of a divide. There's maybe a question now, how much can Kuffer and Zero get done in this situation? Heesang's going to hit a nice boop, denies Zero going for anything. Shu is still relatively safe. Kuffer's going to get poked out. And you can see what's happening here is we've got... The backline's not dying to Jumbin. They're in control. They're holding their own. But Jumbin is taking 2 people's attention. And if the healers are all looking at Jumbin, what is missing for Kuffer and Zero? Fucking heals. Any kind of support, any kind of help. Obviously, Lethal's dead, so we don't even have a crossfire or anything as well. So, all of a sudden, Shu never slow to realize he has an advantage or realize he can start pushing. He's dropped down, he's walking in, he's thrown the nade, and they realize Jumbin is just taking all the attention. And they recognize very quickly. This is what all the top teams do, right? When there's this sort of scattered fighting, recognize what the situation is. Because it's easy from the overhead, right? And we have the power of pausing it and go like, oh, this is a 2v1. So Jumbin needs to just not die. And over here, we have a 4v2. If it's a 4v2, we can really push. And then all of a sudden, a very easy retake. Very easy retake. Oh, thank you, Khan, for the 14 months. Welcome back. I've had shows span like 4 VHS, but never a single movie. Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but I definitely have a memory of having like multi-cassette boxes. Alright, so again, similar type of lookup here. This time Kuffer's going to try and clear left-hand side. Lip's just gone past him. Jumbin's going to harass. Heesang continues to have this sort of over-the-roof angle. And Kuffer's trying to clear someone out, but unfortunately he's going to sort of run into Velucio, so he can clear Velucio, but Velucio is almost a waste of time. If you can get the kill, great. Like, it's not like it's worthless, but it's the least important person to clear. But obviously, I think what Kuffer's idea is can he clear this space, and then can he maybe find a chance to put Shu under some pressure? I guess, ironically, in many ways, for Winston actually would have been better at some of this on this type of map. Alright, so they're trying to walk up, and the key is just... when are they going to get harassed? When are they going to hit the timing? The mines come through. They're going to get Bob in main. UV actually D-peaks the wrong way. Doesn't get the beat. That's a real pain. The mines come in. UV goes backwards to try and avoid the mines and everything else. Doesn't get the beat. He's going to die as that one goes off. Bob is on point. She's going to be able to D-peak that. They're going to nano Heesang. It doesn't even need a barrage. Strong manages to die again. Strong's actually died so much. But Velucio's disposable, you know? a few nice trades. Lethal pushes forward and Zero. Like, they make a good push. Like, they have the beat. They walk forward. They trade some kills. But Shoe's gonna live. Lip's gonna live. And are we just gonna be in a Tracer 1v1 now for the point? But Shoe's gonna be back. Shoe's gonna be back real soon. And as soon as Shoe is back, I mean, maybe I don't even need him. Oh yeah, Shoe's walked back up. Jumbin's there. So it's not really a trade. It was a Tracer 1v1 for all of 5 seconds. So again, just successful diving. Crazy Raccoon thriving off chaos. They hit the mines at the choke and just somebody's able to capitalize. Right now, both teams sort of rushing back to point. Kufa's going to take some early space. Nade onto Kufa. And then all of a sudden you can see trying to set up the same type of thing, right? Crazy Raccoon, they're just coming from all angles. From the sky, from the right, from the left. Isang's got the barrage. We're going to beat barrage in. Just kill a tank. More than happy with that. Wait, he's jumping. Alright, everyone take a second to self-reflect. Does jumping try and body block for Hisang? Cool if so. Maybe he's just going at the same time. I thought for a second he doesn't really body block him at all in the end. The beat does it. But jumping comes flying through, takes the Ash out. Bit of help from Lip. And it's just explosive. Hisang cleans it up, and this whole round is just over before it starts. Is Brig Juno able to play here, or will it be too stacked and you don't have enough lane control? No, I think you can, because what's nice about Brig compared to Lucio, we talk about controlling some of this side space, right? And we've seen Lip and Chorong play this side quite a lot as a two-person duo. And when that's left Shu alone, he's been able to use the map, essentially, to have a safe spot and not require a support to peel for him. What you can do with Brig is, let's say if we're doing this from, let's pretend we're Nightmare. Ignore where Crazy Raccoon are now, but just how they have been taking the point for most of this, right? You have your Juno and your Brig here. Maybe your Hazard pushes up to here and starts sort of threatening around this side. You can still put your Ash up here, but then all of a sudden your Tracer on the other side of the map can be getting full Brig support. Like, just be taking every pack. So still having to take a 1v2, but if you're taking a 1v2 with 2 packs, you can't necessarily win it a lot of the time. But you can not lose it. You can maintain the space, keep Lip busy, keep Chorong busy. And then every now and again, you know, maybe there's a chance for your Ash to get involved or something like this. This is kind of what you want to do. You want to, like, you still want to play as wide as possible. But rather than Crazy Raccoon, like when we say Crazy Raccoon want to play wide, they want to play like, there's a player here, there's a player here, there's a player here, there's a player here. Maybe there's like a Lucio also here, right? They want to play the entire fucking map, right? Whereas if I'm looking at the space I can control as Nightmare, it's maybe like this is the most space I can control, you know? Like, I'm not trying to control everything, but I'm just trying to control enough to force point. But okay, nice. And at this point of the series, you know, we talked about, like, did Crazy Raccoon underperform? We're only a round in, but smooth sailing so far. Real just the nature of having to play Crazy Raccoon on their comp. Okay. So, more of the same here. Exact same comp for Nightmare. Crazy Raccoon going to play a slightly different version. Did Chorong go back here, or does he stick send? No, he's all the way out. Okay, so we're going to see a similar type of theory in terms of how different heroes from Crazy Raccoon, but similar idea. This time, Vianna and Zen are both going to be on these sort of big, long, safe position. Jumbin is again immediately behind. This time, it is Tracer and Sombra. So Sombra is actually something we saw quite a lot from Falcons into the Hazard. I don't feel like we've not seen loads of this interaction, but people seem pretty happy to play the Sombra into the Hazard. Don't know. Obviously, you can, like, I guess you can but it'll interrupt the block and the stuff, which has always been just good. But I don't know exactly why they were playing this more than, say, like, what's a better alternative? I was going to say Genji, but I guess the problem with Genji is Genji needs, like, a lot more pocket, you know, needs a Lucio with him, a Brig with him, or something like this. The Sombra can at least be a little bit more independent, but maybe we'll learn something as we watch it. For now, though, very similar setup. You can see as well, this almost looks identical, right, in terms of how Nightmare are approaching it, where they're going to try and hold this one side, Zero's going to fight the other, but again, we get this awkward position where, like, Admiral doesn't really want to have to leave UV to go over here, because he's sort of in everyone's sightline, stuff could go wrong, and it means UV is a lot more vulnerable, and this is where maybe Maybe the Brig would feel better, but obviously Brig was banned, so the alternative is potentially Kiri. Much worse hero for Admiral. Yeah, much worse hero for Admiral. And while the Kiri could do a bit more of this, it's, yeah. I mean, if anything, it's a good ban by Crazy Raccoon. Maybe if they played the Lucio Kiri, like, that would suit hero pool, like UV's on Kiri and Admiral's on Lucio. Then all of a sudden that maybe gives them a bit more freedom, because the Kiri has more tools to survive on her own than the Juno does. But either way, yeah, like Juno Brig is probably what I'd be most keen to play versus this. Alright, so shoot. I press rewind. I just wanted to see the nade. We can see the nade. Alright, anything special? What's the lineup, Shu? Of course, he just has a lineup, throws the nade, and it hits all three of the backline. All three of the backline. Heesang's going to try and come in to follow it up. He's going to get the kill as a result. And despite having a super nice house to play in, that should be hard for a bull, hard for everyone. He just gets the kill. What are you supposed to do about that? Just don't get naded, mate. Just don't get naded. Think about it.
:3.
Hey, Ziad. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Welcome back, mate. I hope you enjoyed China. I know you didn't get to play that much, but hopefully you still enjoyed. You know, the arena, everything looked cool. Hopefully the experience was still good. It was really fun. Yeah, I've heard so many good, like everyone's talked so positively about like the event, the arena, the fans, everything like that. It's, you know, not a great land for results EMEA wise, but at least the experience was good, you know. Can you help me understand why not Ana Lucio? The Ana is just, I mean, it's possible, but it's also survivability is really at a premium, I think. Yeah, like I feel like the Ana would be too dead too often. And we can actually see UV makes the swap onto Kiriko after dying on that Juno, so they have tried to go for a more survivable version. Alright, again, we're going to see a similar thing from Crazy Raccoon, where they're going to try and hold forward, walk forward. This is, if you can hold with people up here in your backline here or something, this is one of the most oppressive forward holds on any cough point. So you can see they're super keen for that. Go for an early rotation. Lethal's getting booped around. Alright, they're walking up, trying to find a nade, trying to find a Discord. Ram swap from Kufa allows him a little bit more independence. Decent enough map for it. You can see now they're trying to take Lethal the safe route, basically. And Zero and Kufa are roaming a bit to try and clear out these DPS so they can walk up. And I think they do find, they seem to have found a lip underneath here. Or maybe not, maybe Kufa's found him. It's a little bit what we talked about, why the Sombra can be a bit more independent than the Genji. Just in terms of the Sombra can get herself out, reset. And now you can see Crazy Raccoon. They're sort of slowing it down a little bit. Just trying to set up another attack from all angles. They've rotated and cleared space, but again, Crazy Raccoon, they're not really cleared, right? There's still a ball above them. There's still a tracer behind them. It's still going to be a really, really difficult situation to deal with. Lip's playing the hacked Mega. He's got Trong's pocket, so he holds Zero off that side. Lethal's going to try and walk in. Yeah, this is the first one we're looking at. So we're going to try and walk in into the Anazen. It's going to get discorded. You can see Lethal's anticipating this tracer behind. Walks out, gets hit by the slam. Still trying to clear space. Lots of pocket. Gets the dynamite onto Shu. Lethal has to do stuff like this, right? Like, he has to be so fucking paranoid. He has to anticipate stuff coming behind. He has to be willing to swing into scary angles, into the Ana, Zen, the ball, whatever. Trust his pocket, etc. Gets himself a bit of space here. Gets booped in further. Still more pocket. Tracer behind. Back onto the high ground. Avoids the 5 orbs. It's Admiral who dies during this, you know? And eventually he falls, right? And you can just see, like, I feel like if, like, you know, we watched out from Lethal's POV, and Difficult, right? Fucking difficult is what we see here. You can see as well, let me go back even a little bit further. And this is just the power of, like, when it's a good map for it, Crazy Raccoon's comp, when they all get to play their good heroes. Fuck, it's so hard. It's a big part of the reason I guess, so hot on Crazy Raccoon before it. So you can see as well, desperately trying to heal everyone up. Suzu's ready to enforce, trying to help Admiral. Just not enough heals to go around, trying to play his own life as well. Kufa's, you know. And this is what we talk about, like, multiple points of pressure, right? Like, Lethal's getting pressure here. Zero's getting pressure here. There's pressure on the Ram here just from the sightlines. And all of a sudden, it's actually none of these three things that go. It's actually Ollie who gets caught at the end. And it's just really hard. Yuvi's actually going to manage to TP forward and kill Shu. But Wilson's going to be straightforward clean up onto Kufa. Alright, and now you got to do the same retake. But it's versus mines. Maybe an EMP versus all the ults. So if you thought it was hard before, it just got a whole lot harder. You see Admiral sort of goes through first. They're trying to bait out the slam. They do sort of successfully bait out the slam. Trying to deal with the ball. You see UV going up to challenge this position. Challenge for Tracer. Kills for Tracer. Thank you, UV. Everyone else has managed to clear the ball a little bit. Now we can rotate forward. And again, same pattern from Nightmare. Right, let's clear some of these fucking DPS and tanks. Then we can walk forward. Okay, we've managed to clear it. We've even got a kill, so we're feeling good about that. Now, all of a sudden, there's a bit of a chance. I wonder if Zero and Kufa could maybe have just timed this a little bit better. Like, could we have... Like, you can see what they're going for, right? They're going for the slow and Tracer pressure. Don't quite get it right. And now we're going to get two fights happening at the same time. So, Kufa and Zero are trying to walk onto the front line. Jumbin is going to drop the mines on the back line. You can see here as well, Jumbin is dropped some, like, so they're half on point, half here. Nightmare are going to have to sort of just take a second in case a full engage is coming. Kufa's going to be a little bit isolated. Jumbin's going to hit the, just hit the slam, hit the mines onto Kufa. Kufa's getting really isolated. Looking for the boops in. Again, while all of this is going on, they've managed to get another kill behind, so they're really making this work. I imagine if we watch this from, like, Lethal and Admiral's point of view as well, we're going to actually see Lethal and Admiral being almost sort of paranoid. Like, walking up, but not really looking to kill everything in front, just trying to walk forward, bait the aggression. Eyes on Jumping behind, eyes on the ball, knows where the Sombra is. Trying to walk forward, clear a bit of mines, but again, as soon as they see this threat behind, go deal with it. This time they actually kill the Sombra. And this is what you have to keep doing. We saw the same when Lethal came through here, right? But he was looking behind. Like, walk forward as much as you can, but run into a Tracer, run into a Sombra, run into a Bull. Go deal with it. Kufa manages to force the point. They Suzu Zero to keep him alive. Slow now onto Chorong, who's going to get nanoed. He transcends as well. Probably had to. And now, so many things went right for Nightmare in this walk-up. They found 2 kills. They found the Tracer, then they found the Sombra. They survived the mines. They pushed forward. They forced for defensive nano. They forced for defensive transcendence. But unfortunately, they just have all the ults. And Koff is so snowbally. Admiral gets the beat. We're going to try and beat in. We're doing it. Going to try and beat in, but we're already all sort of down. Yuvi's going to push and get another kill. Trying to rotate aggressively now as we can, but we are still in a 3v4 situation. And Lip is coming back with EMP. So then we get EMP'd. 3-person EMP. And fuck. Alright, and it's just over. And it feels like we've just seen all the classic shit from Crazy Raccoon already, right? Their Jumping is getting through heaps loads of works. Heesang looks good on the Farah. Shu's hitting nades from downtown. Trong is involved, yes. Lip still getting through work on Tracer. Every time they seem to get into a bit of a pickle, they get an opening pulse bomb kill, they get a nade from downtown or something. They lose a couple of people, but they have overwhelming ult advantage. And right now, I don't think anyone is thinking any other result than, fuck. I respect Nightmare giving it a crack, but it's fucking Crazy Raccoon. What can you do, you know? Obviously, the biggest criticism you can really have of Nightmare is, let me go find, where's the game? It's this one here. So I know you guys are probably looking at a lot of colors right now. But the key one to focus on is this column, which is for bans, and just go, Crazy Raccoon banned Brig. Should we have just banned Bull and forced him to play Winston? Because obviously they're still good at the Winston, right? But it's a good map for Bull. They're so hard to play in this comp, but Winston at least makes it a bit easier. You know, has more chance for a Ram or a Hazard to bully a Winston than they can a Bull. She seems almost so free. Yeah, I mean, what they're basically doing with this comp a lot of the time is they're exploiting, if I can go back, they're exploiting the, whatever you want to call it, the topography, the map layout, in that in general, like, this is, they call this the Shu position for a reason, but Shu can just play this position where he still has pretty good sightlines to everything. He can hit game-winning nades here or something if he needs. And then all of a sudden, if I'm Nightmare and I'm playing in, like, you know, maybe this side of a map, maybe this side of a map, it's really difficult to connect here, right? Even with a Tracer, it didn't really seem possible for Zero to connect, right? And then if we go to, what, am I going up or am I going down? I can go in, where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? If we go over to, well, we see a really similar type of thing, right? It's a little bit harder on well because it's a smaller map, but really similar type of thing where she will play this position, or even sometimes all the way back here, almost taking the piss, right? And it's like so far back. So again, if I do like the area of play Nightmare's playing in, like maybe if you catch him walking up here, but once he starts playing on his back high grounds, fuck, how can you do that? Again, like if I'm Zero, like it's such a long way to try and get up here onto Vienna, right? And then even once I get here, I still get like a one-on-one at best, you know? So I can pop off and I should be happy to take that duel. But the problem is to get from Zero's position from like here all the way through here, or even if he goes top all the way across here, this is a bit better. But invariably, he just runs into Lip or Chirong or both of them. So then Zero's ability to push and play an independent flanky role, he's just running into too many people, so he never even gets close to a chance to actually get the sort of one-on-one with Shun that he wants. Like I think if we go back to Ruins, if you last year when Toronto played Juno Brig, they would take over this side of a map. They played Genji, and then what they would use is when she was played up here, they would just basically find a bit of a timing to swing with Merit, peek out. Their Diva would fly and try and control and clear point. Obviously, can help Matrix anyone who gets caught. And then basically Sugar Free would just go take this one-on-one, right? And the Genji can obviously close the distance a little bit better if Yana's on the high ground. But ultimately, then you are just back in, can Sugar Free do the thing? Can he make it happen? Obviously, for Toronto, the answer was yes, Sugar Free made it happen. So, there's ways we've seen it fall before, but it's so hard on this map because of some of the positions Shu can play. Alright. Map 1 in the bag. Crazy Raccoon, clearly gonna 3-0, right? Clearly gonna 3-0. Alright, let me just go grab a drink, and then we can lock in, because I guess this is the turning point, right? This is the turning point. For information, this was the Ana ban from Nightmare, Ram ban from Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, let me grab a drink and we can clock right on into it. I'm back. Alright, so this is the turning point. Remind ourselves of the bands Anaban, Ramban. So Max in as well, which changes obviously the nature of the bands a little bit, but
5, 4, 3, 2,
gonna start on Diva. So
incoming.
they run Genji, I think, here in the end. Yeah, Genji, Juno, Brig. Okay. So fairly, I guess, default setup for Crazy Raccoon. If I turn on the icons, you can see backline's going to be up here. Lip's probably going to go back to this angle. Hisang's going to try and just control this side of the map. Chance to, play his lane. Can he be aggressive when he can? Lip will end up back here if he doesn't get one shot. And Max is just able to sort of contest, I don't know, almost like anything around here. He can go help Hisang's side. If they try and go top, he can try and help top. Maybe even a few opportunities to be aggressive depending on how Nightmare approach it. But Lethal's just going to hit. Lethal's just going to hit a shot. Hit an arrow at a spawn. Couldn't ask for a better start. Shu on Brig, yeah, I presume this is mostly just I think he goes Kiri after this, if I remember right. I think it's just, it lines up the swaps nicer. I think they would rather Chorong, Juno, Shu, Kiri, where they can. But I guess if Lethal does this, bit of a Sonic. Alright, cheers, Lethal. I mean, we saw actually quite a bit of Hanzo on King's Row first point. But Hanzo's so good on this. All the lineups, I mean, he just kind of hits a shot in main out of nothing. But all the, shoot this angle, shoot this angle, shoot this angle. I mean, even take this position easily, shoot up here. Just really good lineups, really good spots for the Hanzo. Even fighting Hotel, you've got really nice lineups all through here. So it's part of the reason we saw so much Hanzo on King's Row first point. And obviously, can't really ask for a lot more. And immediately, Crazy Raccoon are forced into a sort of live and play retake situation. We're going to be cleared out. I think it's Shu stuck. No, Shu's still on the high ground at least. Immediately, they're going to start forcing the objective. You see Lethal try and take this more aggressive position. Max is going to try and respond. Zero's going to mark that. They're waiting for Lip before they really commit to this retake. They come out. Max starts to force point. Hisang's going to peek. It's a pretty weak peek from Hisang. Lip's not really in the fight yet. Hisang's going to barely look out. Shu is going to drop. I don't know if she meant to drop or... Stick to Anna, mate. Stick to Anna. Yeah, I don't know why he drops there, honestly. Just makes himself an easy kill for Kufa, who's going to eat that one up. I would expect Max to be really the one who's got the touch and responsibility here. Obviously, they're on the back foot because of that early pick. But generally, you're playing Pharah, Ashe. We saw a lot of Pharah, Sojourn. Really, you want to play for your angles to take your DPS into power positions. But Brig is there to support a lot of these positions. Not to be the one taking the aggro. But alright, easy kill. Chorong then obviously drops into basically no man's land as well. And before you know it, it's just over. Admiral can walk on to the Diva, keep forcing point. And first point's just over before it even begins. Not too much to write home about. Lethal just gets us a magic pick. Using the term us very, very liberally here. They're from the West. It's versus Korea. We're all together on this one. We're all one team working towards the same goal. She's actually gonna go Zed as well. Okay, maybe I misremember the Kiri swap. I'm trying to think. I think this happened in the grand finals as well. And it was like, maybe it was Falcons I'm thinking more of, but they played a lot of Zen as well. Would I call this CR composition in terms of dive or poke? I don't know. It's not really. It's more of a poke composition than it is a dive composition. Why are we swapping to Zen against Hazard? Yeah, I don't know. This one confused me a little bit because I think once you get to third point and you've got like these huge long stretches where the Zen has like great line of sight, so I can play here, or even at the back of a map depending on where the car is. All seems really reasonable. And this one here starts to feel like actually you have to swing. Like if you look at the angles, Shu's going to have to swing here to get value. He's swinging like here or something. Or if the payload is where Shu is now, you're swinging here. Just feels like you're so much more reachable by a Genji or a Hazard, especially with the speed ring and stuff. So we're going to start forcing the point. And again, you can see how like Shu knows he can't swing this corner, right? He's already had to concede a little bit of space. But if you can just keep threatening this Zen, and the Zen keeps taking these safe angles or like far back angles, then well, let's just keep playing through the Diva, right? Our Brig can even walk on him. Zero can go challenge for Farah or challenge one of these angles. And Crazy Raccoon don't really have a lot of great map control. So we're going to force the Diva back, keep the payload moving, and you can kind of just rinse and repeat right now if you're Nightmare. You can just see, like, Shu and Lip have to be so scared. So scared. So Zero's going to try and go a little bit right side. Again, you see the sort of threat, right? Like, they speed ring forward. All of Crazy Raccoon have to take a step back. But Nightmare, they're not looking for the kill on the backline here. Just clear the Diva again. Just keep conceding space. Keep taking the space. Keep the payload moving. Now the wall comes through. They do get the Discord onto Kufra, I think it is, so they sort of slow him down. Important now, like, it's hard to play Zen, but if you ever get this advantage where you think they can't go, because they've used their speed ring, they've used their cooldowns, their tank is low, you need to try and take that position. So you can see Shu trying to swing out to this sort of wide angle here. They reclaim a bit of the space, but as soon as they have cooldowns back again, Shu's going to try and play this long angle. But they come through, you see Admiral is like literally jumping onto the Diva's face. They're going to threaten Shu. And again, Kufa can't kill him, right? Like, Shu's playing these distances well. Kufa can't kill him. But what Kufa can keep doing is just making Shu walk away. And if Shu has to keep walking away, then they don't have the Discord orb to really help him turn any kills. So then it's either just, unless Heesang or Lip just connect something. Really limited options here for Crazy Raccoon, it feels like. So again, now we're up to about final corner. Have Nightmare won a fight? Have they got a kill? No. But they just keep bullying the point, forcing it forward. And now they're in a pretty good looking position. Again, Zero's moved over right-hand side. There's no one there to fight, but he's got control in that position. And Nightmare get to pick their timing again, essentially. Max is just getting poked from all of the sides. And again, all through the tank, right? All through the Diva here, everything Nightmare have done so far. Now they're going to drop the Ray, try and push a little bit harder. Zero's gone in, like, pretty deep. And again, look, the threat, right? They threaten the backline, they speed ring through. And then what happens? Shu has to piss off. Shu is set on the run. Lip has to coach come backwards. He is on the run. And then who's the most vulnerable person if everyone walks away? It's Max. Who's going to die? Max. So they try and disengage, obviously, because the Ray's coming through. Max doesn't get out in time. Easy kill for Kuffa. Ray going forward. Where's Heesang? Heesang has managed to snake his way in behind, so got to care this Farah. Dragon and Bob going to be exchanged. They're going to Ray as well. Again, like it's... Like, look at Lip and Shu, right? Like... don't like sardines, no. But they're so far back, right? They're just out of a fight. They're going to D-peak. Everyone's going to get out. They kill the Bob. Kite from Nightmare seems pretty good. You trade Dragon for Bob and Ray. They all get out. Heesang's going to try and push for a barrage kill. Does get it, to be fair to him. Downpour's... A lot of things happening now, so Heesang's trying to make his own play. The Downpour comes out. Doesn't look like it catches anyone, right? Now Zero's going to Blade. Transcendence is forced by Shu. Rally then, they try and stabilize. Alright, the ults are sort of cancelling each other out. Oh, Zero actually does find this late kill. Alright. A long rewind. A chance for us all to reflect. Just wanted to see the Blade kill, mate. Show me the Genji. Goes in, forces Transcendence. There's probably an argument here that maybe we're just like stacking ults for Nightmare. Forced all the way back. Lip has tried to push this angle. Good spot by Zera. Sets himself up an easy kill. Admiral doesn't manage to get out of his Transcendence. Maybe just, I don't know, maybe just weren't expecting the Transcendence there. Like, I maybe would have preferred, like, a start with Rally, start bullying point, then if Shu transcends in response, those two ults sort of cancel each other out, and then there's maybe more of an opening for Zero. But he does a good job to find this split kill. They managed to trade Admiral. Heesang is still in this really annoying position. They try and clear the Farah out a little bit. Zero's going to dash out to that one. Kufa's going to double down. Come down for the kill, but can't get it. Alright, they do manage to stabilize. So, bailed out a little bit by the ults. Also, have to give credit to Heesang for finding that play onto lethal. Because again, without the Hanzo damage, it's a little bit harder to just force this point. This is, out of all the points a second, we talk about the streets phase being difficult for Zen. At least here, if Lip and Shu, while they're quite far back, at least they can still shoot point and stuff like this. So, Crazy Raccoon win what feels like, well, yeah, well, quite literally their first fight of King's Ray. Both teams will respawn. A little bit of shooting, trading ult charge. Lethal onto the Sojin as well. And expect more of the same, really, from, more of the same I would expect from Nightmare here, just in terms of threaten the speed ring, force the backline to walk away. Can we pressure Max on point? All coming through main here. Zero onto top right. You see Lethal just on the far side of our screen, or top side of our screen, trying to swing. Trying to find an opening, build some ults. They're going to have Ray soon. Heesang's going to have Barrage. Alright, looks like they're going left-hand side with Ray now. Alright, so Yuvi's coming with this Ray. Kufa comes over. Again, Shu's forced into this, like, any angle Shu wants to get, he has to be very cautious of, so he's forced back very quickly again. Ray push is going to come on. Pressure onto Max. Admiral gets on point. Lethal manages to find the kill onto Heesang during all of this. Remember last time, Heesang's main kite path was behind, essentially, right? Like, doesn't think he can get out, so he tries to go forward and just lurk behind. Doesn't manage to make it there this time. Yeah, you can see him going for it, but Lethal just hunts him down. And again, good awareness. There's always something when you do an ult push, a support ult push, whatever it might be, even just a neutral, of realizing where the kills are, right? And a lot of the time, even if you support ult, you're normally going to be support ult pushing down main. Quite often, if an enemy backline's good, they're just going to be too far away. But is there somebody else? Can you turn and punish for tank? Can you turn and punish one of the DPS or something? Like, what's actually who's the most killable person in this situation? And it's really easy when we sit here from overhead to see who the most killable person is, but a bit harder to recognize it in game. So, good kill. They start forcing point. Max can come out for a recontest. He's going to get on point, but now even though they have the better long-range damage, in theory, should still be able to force point here. Lip's going to find a kill onto Admiral. Max is going to get the mech back. They put a lot of damage onto him again. Dynamite. Ah, fuck. Admiral dying is a real pain, because otherwise Max's life is going to get really hard. Because I really thought... I don't know if they close it out in the end. I really thought Nightmare would have just had it. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously this is what we talked about on third point. Once we get to these sight lines, this is where the Zen and Ash can do a lot. Don't deny the remake. Trying to walk in. But now all of a sudden, a lot of damage on point. Zero's going to try and make a play. Can't really. Going to keep pressuring point. Again, you can see Max is still having a hard time, right? Like, all of Nightmare are still shooting Max. Even though they've got to be cautious of the Ash, the Zen, everything like this. Raid push now comes out from Chirong, so it's going to be a disengage. I don't know if Zero still has dash. 3 seconds. Oh! No, he doesn't make it. Okay, and they get themselves out of dodge just about. Just about. All right. Cheers. All right. Barrage over, just solo barrage Kuffer. And they'll get a quick reset. Fuck, is it? Why? Oh, I remember this now. Because now he kills for Transcendence, so all of a sudden the clutch is on, right? Like in this moment in time, we're 1-for-1. Oh, actually, Kuffer's respawning, right? I think Kuffer's like, yeah, Kuffer's in spawn, so we are 3v4. But we've just killed for Transcendence, so the clutch is on. But, there's just nobody here. Fuck. It's just a disaster. It's just a fucking disaster. Alright, so we waste... Again, to be honest, even at this point in the series, right? At this point in the series, we'll keep coming back to this idea as we watch this, but like, have Crazy Raccoon started playing bad yet? Don't think so, right? Don't think so. First point was just a pick out of nothing. Bloody Hanzo, it can happen. But actually, once we got to this final part of second, because they lost all of Street Stage for free, right? But I think that was more of a comp than anything else. All right. 50 seconds left on the clock. Downpour out. Does catch Shu. Was it forced for Transcendence? Bob comes out in response. Again, wow, you've seen this like ults in main, but wherever kills. Wherever kills, can they find the DPS? Zero all over Heesang. And then they get that kill on the flank. What happens if you kill one of the DPS on the flank? Suddenly you can push it yourself. Transcendence comes through to save Max. Now Lethal should have a free overclock in reality. He's swinging back around main. They disengage for Transcendence. Now the overclock. They kill Max. Again, you can see what same thing happens, right? Backline is forced to DP because they're scared of the overclock. The tank is the actual kill. Lip's going to try and flank. Lethal's got him on lock. Not quite, but the pressure on point. And I think what's been true in a lot of these situations, right? If we go big picture, ignore where everyone is on your screen right now. But every time Nightmare have used an ult in this area, the Crazy Raccoon of backline have been forced either like round this corner or back in here or into this little cubby. And then Max has been forced to fucking stand here because he needs to stay on the point, or they C9, or they just lose, or they lose the objective. And that's why Max has been taking, I mean, such a beating. But what happens with all of these situations is the Crazy Raccoon backline are playing these like positions that are good for their heroes, but the Nightmare backline, they're able to basically 4-man, 5-man even at times walk onto Max with some of these. So just playing to the strengths of their comps, not getting suckered into trying to dive in these really far away and hard to kill positions, but just finding the easiest kill or finding the best kill. Yeah, I think everyone almost picks it now, right, Pad Sander? Or like at least where they think they can. Maybe not everyone, but it felt like we were seeing so much more of it. So much more of it. If not quite literally everyone. I feel like I still saw the occasional ammo perk thing, but yeah, maybe it's only shockers. But yeah, not a lot of people still picking the ammo one. But I don't know. I don't know what the exact percentages are. Alright, UV kind of just pick out nothing. Nightmare forced to step back. Have the Ray for the next push. Maybe have a Blade as well. Again, this is now all of a sudden we talked about maybe how the Zen doesn't feel great on parts of second. I think every fight on third point, the Zen should feel pretty good here. Especially versus a Hazard as well. These are difficult jumps. Or difficult distances for Kuffer to try and cross to get onto the Zen. So again, pressure walking up. They've got their DPS on high ground. Shu takes a bit of a step back now. Kuffer doing a good job. I think he came around right-hand side here, just like, you know, using the path with the most cover, force the Zen back a little bit. Now they're sort of forced back to this long position. They can do what they were doing at the start of second. Kind of just try and play through the tank. Bit of pressure. Rays are going to be traded. Trunks is actually really far forward. Like almost even too far forward, right? Like it's... You see Max is going to try and fly into it now as both teams sort of trade position. Heesang pulls for barrage. Oof. Zero gets one. Heesang's killed for backline. Kufa trades one more. The downpour's actually huge in the middle of a fight here, right? Gets for Diva. Oh yeah, and this is for deflect, isn't it? It's all coming back to me now. Perfectly timed. Perfectly timed. And this big old, big dog fight becomes sort of neither won nor lost by either team, right? Both teams just have to reset. They'll get the corner for free. But again, not a straightforward fight. UV back on Kiriko. We're into overtime. Overclock from Lethal. Again, Shui's going to transcend to this, but now all of a sudden, you know how we talked about Admiral and Zero maybe doubling, using both ults at the same time on second? Now all of a sudden, Lethal has forced this early one out, which should mean Admiral can be the closer. Pops for rally, tries to body block, just cut off and isolate Max. And then we just need maybe a bash to finish the job, Ollie. Maybe not even required. Just a shield up kind of rally. Get the kill. Shu doesn't get out with the Transcendence. Eyes on the Farah. You look at Ollie. Like, he's anticipating, isn't he? He's looking for the right thing. All we need to do now is not get traded. Zero and Lethal deal with the danger behind. And they just tap it in at the end. Alright, but all feels... I don't know. Again, everything feels just like pretty good Overwatch so far. In terms of... I don't think we've seen too many egregious mistakes. But maybe Zera's Blade here, right? We can put that one in the egregious mistake category. But it feels like both teams are trying to play to the win condition of their comp. Nightmare doing a good job of finding the best kills when they try and push forward with ults, realizing they can't get some of these players. But also, Crazy Raccoon's backline have been pretty disciplined about keeping their distance and just trying to play the long sight lines. Chris really underutilized Admiral in London. I don't know if we underutilized Admiral. I mean, partly he did play every map, but I think what we've seen, what like my experience has been from somebody who worked with Admiral, is what we've seen is just a growth of player in terms of one, a more experienced and established player, but also a growth in hero pool as well. You know, like don't forget we played plenty of Anna Brig on London as well. And it didn't go very well, right? It really didn't go very well. I'm gonna even if I try and give you the biggest cope possible, it's really hard for me to convince even myself that that period in our London career went very well at all. So I think if anything, it's a credit to Admiral and his improvement as a player. I don't know, I don't think that's really how it works a lot of the time. You know? Like, I feel like there's sometimes this misconception with coaching where, like, you know, I coached Hadi on Reinhardt, right? So I spent a lot of time talking to Hadi about shield management and pins and stuff like this. Like, did I fuck? Fuck me. Hadi's good at Reinhardt because Hadi's good at Reinhardt. Hadi has the talent. He has the knowledge and the skill on the hero. Our focus is get the gang together. Get the gang together. Work as a team, function as a team. I think I should tell Hadi how to play Reinhardt. I think I know better than him. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Is it still half term? I thought, oh, does half term begin on Easter? Or does it end on Easter? I mean, also, this stream is actually marked as mature, so if you are not If you are not mature and you are watching this, unfortunately you're breaking the law. The kids don't go back to school anymore. Oh. Alright, so attack now for Crazy Raccoon. Maybe this could be a little bit of a red flag sign. You know, whenever you just go, oh fuck it, we're just gonna have to mirror the hazard, right? This is probably not a good omen for what you're thinking. In terms of like, oh, we're just gonna have to play the same heroes. So now we're gonna get like a version of the mirror Juno Brig versus Kiri Lucio. On paper, I feel like the Kiri Lucio should be better. Maybe the Brig's harder in a lot of these situations. The Lucio's a bit better at supporting the Genji on some of these side positions. But we'll see how much of that actually translates into reality. Okay, so initially, still trying to do a lot of the same things your sort of default Kingsway hold. Going to be playing backline on the high ground. Kufa's going to rank up a point. Zera's there. They try and send a few people top right. They try and catch them with wall. Admiral's going to drop down, actually, off of that. Maybe expecting, like, a more aggressive hit. Alright, so they've taken control of this top side, maybe a little bit too easily. I don't know if Kufa could have responded here. Like, when they try and do this, can Kufa go here? And then can we fight this area? That would be maybe my question I'm thinking of as Nightmare. Can we actually play for this area instead? Is there a chance for Kufa and Zero to get, like, in theory, there should be some kind of kill in one of these areas. Maybe not kill, but there's at least like an opportunity to put him under a bit of pressure back. So now all of a sudden, Nightmare's hold seems to have very much almost... Its fault is like, we've lost positioning very quickly, right? All of a sudden, Admiral's under here, Lethal's back here, UV's back here. So Zero and Cuff are going to try and respond onto Lip. Now we're in a classic dive situation where two things are happening at the same time. Lip has been isolated. Well... Maybe he's been isolated, but maybe... maybe it's still a scary person to find yourself in a room with. Because here comes the pressure, Lip's going to slide away, disrupt... Fuck me. Yeah, it doesn't need a lot, does he? Doesn't need a lot to work with. Immediately deals with that. I wasn't even on fast forward. Meanwhile, Max is going to go onto the backline, try and do more of the same. And we're kind of in this similar situation, right? Where Max is trying to zone the backline, Kufa's trying to do the same thing, and we're kind of in like a 4-1 versus 4-1 situation, but a 3-1 versus 4-1 because Zero died. You see, Max isn't trying to kill anyone here necessarily. If he can, great, but he's just, again, take the attention. Same way we saw Jumbin playing on Ilios at times, right? Or even Nightmare on their attack with the hazard, right? Threaten the backline, occupy them, and then can we 4-1 Kufa. Then Kufa's options are realize I'm getting 4-1'd, realize all the attention's on me, try and get out. Does get out, finds Max on the way. They all sort of TP in to save Max. And maybe if anything, it's just a gap of both hazards being able to play their lives, right? Like when you go in for that dive, whether you're Winston, Hazard, Diva, or whatever, then you go in, and the biggest thing for you to realize is, like, how much support have I got? Can I push and get the kills? Or am I just trying to play my life and get out? So it feels like Kufa, playing it relatively slow, goes in, takes a little flank, pressure onto Lip, can't go onto that one, goes to get on the backline instead. A certain point now where he realizes the pressure's on him, he defensively walls, etc. And then we saw the tail end of that. The question is, could Max have played his life better? So this is right back at the start. They get control of the top right-hand side. Now Max is looking for this. Goes in, misses his slash. All of a sudden, Admiral's turning on him quite aggressively. He tries to back up into the room. He has wall now. Tries to throw the wall. And you can just see, like, Admiral's doing a good job. You can see immediately, like, Admiral's almost trying to play body blocker, right? Like, just get behind. Max wants to walk backwards. Let's get in front of Max. Because, again, he can only block one way as well, right? So I can do more damage. Max tries to go in here. Again, Admiral just fucking won't stop getting behind Max in these situations. Make his life really hard. So, again, could he have played it a little bit better? Could he have waited for wall? Could he have maybe found a way out here and just walled himself here? In the end, just a hazard gap, really. And then they TP in to try and save him, but that just sets up a lot of nice, easy kills. Lethal, no fear. We'll go challenge and take down Lip. And alright. Good first hold. Good response. Good response to Zero leaving that duel. Okay. Then more of the same here. Max is going to go in. This time, looks like Crazy Raccoon are trying to commit more aggressively, essentially. Right? They're not trying to go walk onto Kufa. They're trying to walk past Kufa, walk into this. So now Kufa's decision is the opposite from last fight, right? Last fight, he had all the attention on him. So just try and live, play your life, take as much attention and get back to my team. Where Kufa, now, no pressure. No one's even bloody looking at me. So I am free to go make plays. So Kufa's going to try and chase. They're trying to double down with Max. They are all over Lethal. How on earth has Lethal lived this? How on earth has Lethal lived this? Right, so Lethal is stuck in a corner. He gets slashed. This is bad. He's stuck behind. Defensive disruptor shot. Wall onto him. He's still really low. Block coming onto him. Genji's going to dash into him. Lethal's still really low. How does Heesang not get this kill? Misses once. Misses the melee. Stuck in a tree. And somehow, someway, Max dies in all of this. I thought the dash was going to kill him, but good pocket. So somehow Lethal lives all of this. And it took Kufa a little bit, but you can see Kufa is now, he's on the backline, right? All of a sudden, Shu is having to worry about himself, blah, 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 blah. They get all that damage onto Max, they turn the kill. Zero can get a bit of support. Oof. Is traded, actually. They're all still pretty beat up on the low ground. Where is everyone now? Lip stuck in main. Kufa has made his way behind for the cleanup. Trong is not getting out of this one. And there is a Genji behind. Alright. Again, good another neutral. Kind of insane pocket on Lethal. They might have been able to trade their way out of it either way. And now we're going to get another neutral again. This time, Lethal is going for a play. I don't know if they think they have support ult disadvantage. I'm not sure what they think they have here. Because Admiral's built his rally so fast because he's just been swinging on Max the entire time. But Lethal's going to go for his own play here. Is he going all the way? Okay, no, he's not going all. Okay, no, he's just going to play the angle. Okay. I wasn't sure if he was going, like, all in or something for a flank. Either way. Anyway, right. Another neutral again. Heesang starting behind. Kufa's going to go threaten the backline. And you can see Kufa, he's scared for backline. Who've we isolated? Nat kills too far. Can we get a bit of separation onto Max? Takes the damage. Heesang dives in behind here. Tries to back up to the team. Wall comes out now from Kufa. Admiral has the rally. Wait, where was Lethal going? I take my eyes off Lethal for a second and he seems to have slid into the back line. Right, this time he does go for the deeper flank. Fuck me! Play with confidence. Don't respect your opposition. Lip who? Fuck me. So all of Nightmare Flood forward. All of Nightmare Flood forward. To try and back up on this. I mean, I like hit scans who make plays. I like players who make plays who take risks. This, to me, though, does feel like a everything was fine situation. The risk wasn't required. We're about to have our ults. We can match all of this, etc., etc. Didn't need the risk at this moment at all. All right, but they double in. Can they find some kills? Zera's going deeper. Admiral is going deeper. So, you know, sometimes your hit scan might make a play that you fundamentally disagree with on a core level. But fuck it. If one person's going, we're all going. So Admiral keeps committing with Rally and they trade it onto Lip. Then Shu drops the Kitsune rush. But what's kind of true is, what are we fucking Kitsune rushing, you know? Like, we've sort of traded support ults. We can play on it at least. Maybe the key thing is here is UV's not been able to join. You know when everyone commits in to save, like, what you can see it on You can see it. In goes my Sojourn. Then UV, I think, wants to walk forward. Like, we're pushing with Rally now, you know? But UV just gets stuck in this one-on-one behind. As he plays life. Plays his life. I mean, UV lives, right? But what happens is now we're in just a really weird situation if we're Nightmare. We've got players all over the place. Downpour's going to go out. We've hit just for Lucio. Chirong's going to beat to make sure they live, but we trade Downpour for beat. We feel pretty happy. I think if I remember this one, part of the problem is while UV lives, is he's shooting over health now, you know? And he's getting hunted down by Shu. He's giving him a runaround, but all of a sudden, 2 support ults on point. We've not had our Ray because we're fighting this. We try to get back to Kufra and Admiral, but we just can't. So I don't know. I don't know if there's... So, like, 100% we can question the decision of Lethal here in this moment right there. But everything that happens after that seems like reasonable responses to the situation Nightmare found themselves in. And if anything, it was a pretty good hold on first and felt like the biggest gap out of anything was more a hazard gap than anything else. Alright, so they can hold for choke now. We continue with the hazard mirror. Admiral's going to go on to Lucio now as well. Whoa. Zero gets us a kill out of nothing. Yep, that'll do it. No need to push for, even with a pick, no need to push for the choke, really. This choke's so powerful to hold, you can just keep on holding it. Alright, wall off as they're going to try and poke out Kufra. Lethal's going to overclock in response. Zero's going to drop in behind while they do this. They just disengage the overclock. Okay. Fair enough. Now Heesung's going to try and take this bottom left flank position. They go behind it. Max is going to slash in. That's going to be the trigger. Like, Max slashes in. That's the trigger for UV to press for Ray. The Ray comes out. The blade comes out. Oof. Zero's done the same. Oh, it's just like 2. Let's just watch both blades. It's one of those fights where lots of things is going to happen at the same time in different places. So he's going to go bottom right, try and connect with Max. Try and kill someone in the Ray. Deflect. Sends the torpedo back. One slice through. Kind of just misses it. They stabilize behind. But let's take the Zero POV, because that one found us a kill. Fuck, just got Chirong's number. Deflect. Doesn't have the slash to chase it. And now, as this Ray Kitsuneros is traded on point, Lip is, like, out of a fight. Both teams going to kind of regroup. Is UV okay? No. Not okay at all. Alright, and it's just gonna turn into a bit of a dogfight now. Doesn't quite get the dash kill. Oh! Alright. Yeah, just winning a dogfight. Slight player advantage there as well. Where are we at now? 4 players back for Nightmare. UV coming back still. Beat push available for Chirong. Chirong's always like, what happens to our guy? Santan disruptor shot. Picking people up from spawn. Oh yes, fuck. Nearly gets taken down, honestly. But alright, pretty big ult advantage here. Alright, let's see the neutral. So Max is going to take a bit of an off angle. Kufra keeping his eyes on the back line. Again, similar type of... This is how Crazy Raccoon are starting a lot of their neutrals, right? Wall behind the hazard. Can they force the hazard to back jump? If you can do that, then all of a sudden your backline, rather than having to do what a lot of Crazy Raccoon have been doing so far with their backline, which is kite, we can swing. We can swing in this situation. So they're going to disengage. Kufra has to wall defensively. Lethal's going to slide back. They meet on the corner. Max now turns his attention towards Zero. Lip's going to try and swing the corner with overclock. Kuffer is over him. Lip avoids it. Admiral's going to beat push in as they slide through. The downpour comes out. I think it does, yeah, it hits Lip. While his beat trade goes on. And then Lip has overclock. But he is locked up. Oh yeah, fuck! I remember this one. I feel like it looked like more impressive live, but... And then they clean up. I don't know. Like, neutral... I mean, they lost for neutral, right? In terms of Kuffer having to back jump and all of this. Then Lip avoids for slash as the beat trade comes in. They hit the downpour, but they can't kill the downpour target. Feels like a reasonable enough fight. Just needed that kill. Needed Lip not to hit the shot. What do you think if Ana, Kiriko, Sojin would get easier running animation to hit as a nerf instead of cooldown / damage? I feel like these heroes are turbo hard to hit. I wouldn't put Ana in that category, but I do agree with the other two. I think Kiriko and Sojin are so hard to hit, and in general, it feels like a lot of there was a period because like Kiriko came. Which way order was it? Was it Sojin? Well, Kiriko and Sojin came out like pretty close to each other. And it just felt like for a while, they were just making these outrageously hard to hit heroes. Juno probably falls in the same category as well, right? Like, I know Juno, some of that is just her movement and ability to fly. But you compare some of these modern heroes to, like, bloody Cass or something, right? What's the ability, like, the easiness to hit these, like, Ashe or something as well? How easy is it to hit a Cass and an Ashe? Compared to some of these other ones. Then they made Marion. Is Venture the only non-tank that is hard to hit recently? Yeah, I mean, I've not really played against too much Freya, so I don't know where she falls in the whole scale of things. I'm trying to think, who else? I guess Lifeweaver, not really, right? But the Lifeweaver one almost feels irrelevant because he sees so little playtime. But yeah, no, I'd prefer I'd prefer some of these heroes just a little, just make him just a bit bigger. Doesn't he? You think it'd still be like a small character or a slim character, but just a bit easier? Because I think it's one of those things you don't notice it, right? Like when you play against a hero, you might get annoyed about their abilities, right? Because the abilities are very obvious. But the amount of times, the percentage they'll get hit less is really hard to measure because of it. But it makes a huge difference, right? And I don't think it's a surprise that all three of the heroes we just discussed, Sojin, Kiri, Juno, have all been outrageously popular. Not just in this recent LAN, but across the board. So yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to their hitboxes being a little bit more generous. All right, so starts to feel like Crazy Raccoon have fixed their neutrals a little bit, or start to find more success. They're playing a little bit slower, just trying to take the hazard trade rather than Max trying to make, I guess, essentially skip steps. Fight for the point now. Full neutral again. Lucio Genji flank in his left-hand side coming in. Zero's going to dash in. Both are traded off. Again, we see Max is just going like, look at Chorong and Max. Like, they're going so deep here. Heesang's there as well. They are all in on this. Kufa has to stay in anchor point. Admiral's going to come back and try and save the day. They can't save lethal. They're going to leave UV for dead. A classic Lucio gap. Go on, Admiral. A few more, would you? A few more, Admiral. Come on. Fuck. All right, let's go back and look again, because that felt so easy for him just to hit the back line. Tracer's been in the game. Yeah, Tracer's always squishier, right? Is it, yeah, 50 less HP? Yeah. Come on, rewind. There we go. Actually, he's even going further back. Okay. Even further back. Alright, so let's watch the cooldown trade. Speedring at the choke. Torpedoes out as well. Max puts the wall behind Cuffer. Does Cuffer still have his wall? He does, yeah. So Max is going to wall it off. Then they're going to try and use the speedring to go all the way through. Oh, thanks, Artemis. Appreciate the 15 months.
Hope stream is going well.
Yeah, we're making our way through. Yeah, they speedring, they amp, they go all in. They're just going to leave Shu and Lip at the back. And I guess I feel like I've actually seen... Was it Crazy Raccoon? Maybe it was Crazy Raccoon. But you apply a similar concept, right? So it'll be easier to see from the overhead. This is the upper bracket one we're watching now. So what we're going to see is they start in fairly default positions. Then at a certain point, they're going to clock. There's like a flank here, right? Now, the way Nightmare are going to try and retake this is to try and push and win essentially this side of the map. But then what happens is there's a point in where Zero comes through. He's sort of cleared. And what they choose to do, by they I mean Crazy Raccoon, is instead of trying to take like a 2v2 here and then fight like the 3v3 in main, just going to try and hold and contain the space, what they're going to do instead is they're going to see somebody is here, and then they're just going to go, fuck it. We're just going to try and tempo down main, essentially. We're just going to try and push this side as much as possible, commit super deep, because what happens if I see a Lucio here, that means it's just a Juno Sojin here or something like that. You know, obviously Admiral tries to turn and get back. Really, I don't know if at a certain point Admiral's decision to go back and like Zero's decision to go back is what really kills him here. That essentially when these three players from Crazy Raccoon go past, now actually these three players just need to do the fucking same, right? In like, fuck it. Alright, Lip and Shu die as well. And then we'll just take a 3v3 on point. So I don't know if actually, maybe it's in some ways it's like Zero and Admiral's decision that ends up really losing them the fight. Oh yeah, I guess he tries to get on the Genji, and then by the time it happens, it's just like, now he's not got his cooldowns. But yeah, maybe somewhere between Zero, Kufra, and Admiral if there was like a quicker decision to go on them. Because Shu slides through as well, right? Which should be like... Not Shu, sorry, Lips. Because obviously you can't stop Shu TPing through. But Lips sliding through should feel like really difficult. He slides onto point, slides into everyone's face, and then slides back. Like, this is where I just feel like, fuck. I wanted more pressure on Shu and Lip here, you know? Like, they can't all jump past us for free, surely. Alright, UV is... I don't know if... Oh, no, UV doesn't live. And then they come back. Admiral actually makes it a 3v3, credit to him. But you can just feel like, let's say this... like, if they just killed someone, like, maybe if they killed Lip on the way through or something, maybe Admiral lives. Kuffa tries to get the Mega to equalize for HP. But yeah, Admiral had to take over the touch in the meantime, and he just dies for it. Max walks back, walls off the Genji. Kuffa's trying to live, torpedoes out. Maybe just about stabilizing, maybe it's enough anyway? Oh, Lethal's going to hit the shot, now it is enough. Alright, I know I was being a bit critical of Nightmare there, but they actually clutch it out.
60 seconds remaining.
Who's the best Korean hazard? It's probably just Donghack or something. I feel like Donghack and Jumpin are probably at the top of the top of my power rankings for it. Oh yeah, Bernard was pretty good too, you're right. Alright, this time, again, Crazy Raccoon will go in, like, 5 people one side. Speedring in main. Shu's going to Kitsune Rush. It's going to be a Ray Blade. And this combo should just be like, ult head-to-head should just be a stronger combo for Nightmare. We're going to overclock as well, which is a lot. So as you can see, they sort of know what's up right here, Crazy Raccoon, in terms of where we can't fight the Ray. We can't fight the Ray head on, so we're gonna have to try and disengage. Trong is not disengaging at all. He's gone forward to try and get out. Runs into this, but as this is it's an overinvestment. Kind of, at least they could do is get all the kills. Maybe if they get late kills, it might be fine anyway. Heesung spots an opportunity to turn and clutch on the chase. Fuck! I mean, I know they're going to win the map and everything's going to be fine, but still, fuck. It's a classic fucking trap, right? You realize you've overulted, and then because you've overulted, you're thinking what I just said, right? Of, fuck, we should at least get all the kills here, right? We should at least get all the kills. But then we're all sort of pushing forward, and then we're just not respecting that we might be pushing forward into a couple of ultimates. So Heesang's gonna blade. Heesang's gonna get a kill. Only one, but then Max is gonna get his downpour as well. Then all of a sudden we throw the downpour. Hits UV, I think it does. Fuck it, Lethal just arrives at the worst possible time as well. Both of them die, and that's your second point for free. Alright. Could have held it really, yeah. And this is where I'm sure when we're watching live, starts to feel a little bit plot armory for Crazy Raccoon, doesn't it? Like, oh, okay, we're gonna do it again. Alright, let's go. Watch for neutral, where are we?
This ends now.
Alright, rock onto the overclock in Sojin, but unfortunately for Nightmare it's Lip. So he just hits the first shot. As the biggest Max hater, I don't think I am the biggest Max hater. How do you think he played this tournament? Just like a lot of Max tournaments. He comes in for a few maps, he does okay, nothing special. Even in a couple of situations, loses like his important map, right? I guess this is probably like the big loss on his map, really. I think did he lose once to Virtus Pro as well? Was that jumping in? I don't remember. But oh yeah, it's not even the overclock. Like, he just wins the duel. All right, okay. Wins the duel, beat in response, downpour in response as well. Does Kufa, who's he going for? Oh, he's thrown out main. He gets no one. Oh wait, does he? No, he does get Chirong. Does get Chirong. Chirong gets the beat off. This should keep everyone safe from this beat push. They sort of try and stabilize. Again, we see this is the downside of the Juno versus the Kiri, right? How many times now when we have seen Nightmare do something super aggressive, does UV he just can't make the rotation with the rest of his team, right? He just gets caught, then he's one-on-one in the Genji, and he's actually able to find this kill. So some of it we talked about, and maybe at the start, how I think the Kirito might be better for some of that, but maybe we are seeing some of that translate into reality. Even though Juno, she has the better ult. Torpedoes are so powerful on some of these dives, everything like that. And she's still pretty survivable. The ability not to do like this all-in kind of dive, which is really what I think was a lot of a strong meta, right? Even when we saw, once again, doing it with Winston comps, SSG doing it with Winston comps, etc. All right, so the goal now for Nightmare is we're just trying to trade kills, right? We use these two ults around the corner. If we trade enough kills, they can't find anything. But Zera's going to go down. Kufa with the wall. It's just fucking Ollie again. Oh, what? Oh. No. Fuck. I didn't think the bug was on OPR. So I thought we were getting away with it. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? Because it's just a version of the game. So it's a version of the game with the bug still. All right, give it a sec to let me reboot the Overwatch, and then we can load back into that one. But at least we know for next time now. The bug was patched in the mid-season patch. It's not fixed, X. I've been doing private coaching these last 2 weeks. It's not fixed. It's not fixed at all. It's better, sure, but not fixed. I'm not even sure how much better it is, really. It's still a fucking problem on most replays I interact with. Where are we going? Kingsray. All right. Now we have to gamble again to skip to where we were. Okay. All right. Oh, we're actually... we need to skip again. Let's just watch on fast forward out of respect. But so far, right, I feel like, what are we? We're most of the way from this King's Row. We just got the third point attack to watch from... Crazy Raccoon. And none of it feels... I don't feel like Crazy Raccoon are doing anything egregiously wrong. Like, I think, obviously, Max's hazard is worse than Jumbin's. And we saw him struggling quite a few of these neutrals. Especially first point. And if anything, second point, they kind of just simplified the neutral a little bit. Yeah, I think Lip should have been tournament MVP for sure. I think he was really good. Alright, so this was the dogfight. And then, if I remember right, this next one, maybe it's the one after this. Oh yeah, no, there's another fight here still. They clutch and then they clutch and then we take the big old fight. Yeah, it's okay. Recap. Gonna take the big ult fight. Nightmare gonna overextend. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, pop all 3 ults. Overextend. Ooh. Is there a spreadsheet with all the VODs from China Champions Clash? Yeah, I think if you type, I want to say, exclamation mark, database. That should have the link which has all the comps and the links to. It's the links to my VODs, not to the main VODs. But, what's my command then? Did I put it under comp database? Comp data. Anyone know what the command is? That one. There we go. Yeah, that one. Alright. Where were we? Okay, so Lip's going to get the aiming pick. Then it's all out trades, right? Ollie's going to drop the beat, gets it on everyone. Strong's going to get the beat off as he gets hit by downpour. And now it's just, can anyone find a trade? I know a guy from Estonia who can. Oh, Ollie! Fuck, just about. Die on point 2. Kufa finds a late kill. I really want to rewind and see Kufa's kill as well, but out of respect, I won't be doing that. And now, this is still not a straightforward situation at all, right? Kitsune rush advantage. Shu and Heesang have just spawned now. 30 seconds only to play with, but looks like we're going to overtime, right? Great chance to Kitsune rush on the point and just force the objective. Alright, both disruptor shots out. Genji's fighting for space on this right-hand side over here. Kufa goes for a bit of a slash in and drops the wall. Nat's going to bait the Kitsune rush out because now they're like, we've got this cooldown. Maybe it could be a bit further forward from Shu, sure. Maybe a little bit interesting that, like Max goes for this one, right? But I don't know if, again, like, we talked about Nightmare's ability to identify who's the most killable target when we press our support ult. Was it actually some of these players on the left more than this? Like, Max is going to go super deep. And we kind of end up not doing a whole lot of anything with our Kitsune Rush, right? Disengage is, I mean, it's good from Nightmare 2, right? Good disengage. And then all of a sudden, now it's just, well, we're not even really in neutral. Lethal's going to get the overclock. Woo! Esam's going to get smoked. Max is 1 HP. Lethal bit of damage onto everyone. There we go. Kill's finished and it's just over. Alright. So, okay. Let's, I'll grab another drink before the next one. But I think, again, if I run the same equation, have Crazy Raccoon, does it feel like Crazy Raccoon are playing bad? Right? Does it feel like they're underperforming? Yeah, very, very graciously I've been given OPR access so I can bring the replays to the people at least a little bit through this. But so far we're 2 maps in. I feel like it's been like Nightmare have played well, sure. A little bit like Max had a few bad engages and stuff like this, but it's felt pretty blow for blow. Make the same argument, maybe it's different with jumping in, etc. You know, they did put jumping in when they played this map again later in the tournament too. So all of that, but so far I'm not, like, this is, you know, some of the original narratives we talked about at the start of the stream on Reddit. I don't know if I'm buying into any of them yet, right? Doesn't feel like Nightmare have had to get particularly lucky in any of these fights. Doesn't feel like Crazy Raccoon are botching it. Alright. We'll do the same again. I'll grab a drink and then we can lock in for New Queen Street. This is, I guess, this is the turning point, right? This is the turning point. So let's see if this is the greatest test right now of, like, were Crazy Raccoon genuinely playing really bad, or was it just a hard fought thing? All right. What are we saying? Yeah, I think OBS Sojourn will be getting POVs up, and yeah, there's a few up already. I think she's doing this game first as well. They won't get wiped on OPR, so she actually has a rare situation when there's a luxury of time for all of this, which is nice. All right. Okay, so off the bat, if you were here when we talk about Ilios, it's another version of the ball comp, but it's going to be the same type of thing, where Nightmare are going to want to play and try and control an area, but then there's going to be an Ananade from somewhere, and there's going to be a soldier on a wacky fucking flank, there's going to be a bull behind him. Heesang has freedom to do a lot of his own thing. Expect Chirong to play a very flank-heavy style as well. And really the same win conditions. Nightmare, on the other hand, they have the Brig this time. I guess we should check bans, actually, as well. I presume they protected Bull. Yeah, they banned Hazard. Nightmare banned Lucio. So forces Chirong onto Kiri, I guess, like a slightly less comfortable hero. But, I mean, Lucio bans, it's fair enough, right? Like, Nightmare don't plan to play, and they are going to play the Brig. Interrupts Crazy Raccoon's comp a little bit. Not a lot. They've already used the Ana ban on King's Row. They still haven't used the Bull ban, but obviously it was protected here on this map with the Hazard one. You need an OPR account to watch it. So unfortunately, it's only available to the teams. All right. So then we all remember this, right? We all remember this. And yeah, that's right. We are unfortunately still playing against Crazy Raccoon on the Bull comp. So Kufa's gonna swap pretty quickly. Maybe he doesn't actually. And then again, you can already start to see some of what's happening, right? Of like the Bull, the Tracer harassing Chirong's on an angle, and all of a sudden we are getting hit by every possible angle. And what hope do we bloody have? No hope. No hope is the answer. Kufa's gonna swap onto win. They just swap immediately. I think does the UV just go back and swap as well? Yeah, I've got the SSG hookup. Very kindly of them. Okay, so then they swap the comp pretty severely, right? So now we talk about it, and now it just plays a bit more like a traditional dive comp, right? Or like a dive mirror, I should say. Where there's a version of an Ana something backline, there's a Tracer, and there's a hit scan. Obviously, in theory, the way Crazy Raccoon still want to play is they actually want to play more for backline, but the Ana Brig should be able to do with this Bull Tracer a lot better. A lot better. And actually, in the duel, for the most part, Soldier's still very effective on this map. But in reality, now all of these times where Chirong tries to play a wide angle with his hit scan or with his Tracer, it leaves Shu a little bit more vulnerable. And compared to what we talked about in Ilios, where the Hazard can have a bit of problems crossing this distance, the Winston will have a much better chance. Alright, so immediately you can see Kufa's going to try and mark one of these flanks, take him out of the game. Zero combines. They can't find the kill, but they at least push the soldier back. Kufa's going to get forced all the way out. Yuvi's going to rotate to a position to help with that. Lethal just finds a kill, right? Lethal just finds a kill. So some of this is, we talk about like the, what do you call it? Like the area of control, right? They're still trying to just play. They can't control the entire map. They can't play in all corners like Crazy Raccoon's comp can. But can they control this side? Can they control this side? And then it just gives them a little bit less to worry about. Kufa's taking responsibility for this. Lethal's going to push. Just finds the kill as well. Tracer on point. So just a good play. Lands the shot. Then they turn around. Kufa is still clearing people out on this side. Lethal's going to get traded. 4v4. Heesang going to be back a little bit quicker. They sort of stabilize. We'll see what happens next. Dumba's just going to try and clear the Winston. Shu is on this, you know, like, again, like, even though Winston can cover more distance, this is in the impossibly long, but they're not trying to do anything fancy here. Nightmare, they're just buying time for Lethal to get back. Jumper's going to try and punish the Ball and Tracer, or sorry, the Winston and Tracer. Admiral's going to come help out. Good decision here from Admiral, right? We talk about, like, when can a Brig be aggressive? Like, starts with his backline, starts with his Ana back here. Sees the Ball's gone in here, the Tracer's gone in here. Fuck, I can actually walk up and help out a little bit more directly. They managed to hold a little bit of space. Mines come out. Again, Crazy Raccoon are doing a lot, right? The Mines is going to come out. Shu is going to swing aggressively. Lip still has the sightline down main. Heesang's in this left area still. Looks pretty good, actually, at this point from Crazy Raccoon. Maybe Shu can find something. He sure can. Where's Chorong with him as well? Yeah, Chorong's just with him. The double backline, a flank, and starts to be some of the same problems we saw in Ilios, right? Like, what if Crazy Raccoon just push 4 different angles at the same time? Can we live the dive? The answer is it's really fucking hard, you know? Kufa's 1 HP on the dive out. He'll get killed by Shu as well. And again, good recognition by Crazy Raccoon, right? That they wanted to try and push this side. Nightmare are going to go deal with this side, so now it's going to neutralize that. But then, who has the space? If a Winston's over here, the Ana's unmarked, Shu can take the liberty and push a position that would really, in many ways, seem crazy, right? For an Ana to walk into this. But because the resources have been committed elsewhere, Shu has the freedom to walk. Good trade by Zera in all of this. But they come back and they deal with that threat. And they're pushing the checkpoint. This is the upper bracket game. So the first time they played each other. I didn't skip! I didn't do anything! I didn't skip, I was just watching. Bastards. Alright. Give it a sec, we'll load back in. We'll get ourselves back in here. The replay doesn't want to show Crazy Raccoon losing. They paid off Blizzard. They paid off Blizzard to have history rewritten. Let's get ourselves back in here. We weren't that deep in, were we? Does anyone remember what time we crashed at? Was it like we're only like 2 or 3 minutes in?
Ready for battle.
Oh, almost perfect. Like nothing happened at all. Nothing happened at all. Okay, possible one to Kufa. They're trying to clear and force point. Lethal again. Lethal's playing brave in a lot in these situations, right? He's taking his flanks, he's taking his risks. So much chance he can just get, like, tag teamed by the Ball Tracer, or a soldier swings and the ball goes, or something like this. But they pulse bomb Kufa on point, they try and clear him. UV hits the nade. Admiral does a good job. You see Admiral, like, again, trying to be active in clear positions. Nightmare are taking, like, a lot of, taking risks here to try and control the map still. Alright. Then they come through with the Nano Visor. Forces Lethal back. Kufa's going to get the Nano and jump into it. Kitsune Rush comes out as well from Chorong. And this is where I'm just absolutely shocked at this point that Kufa lives. Because Kufa's 1 HP right now. Admiral, is it actually just an Admiral gap? Fuck, I want to rewind. It might crash, but I think it's going to be worth it. I'm going to rewind twice. Oh, I'm actually still on 20. I've probably gone back too far now, but I want to see this. I want to see all of this from Admiral's POV. Alright, so this is the previous fight. Reset. We're going to walk back up. Lethal's going to go right side. Me and Evie are going to go top. Alright, so we see a chance to clear the Kiri out. We're going to go take responsibility for that. Kiri has been cleared. Then we're going to walk forward. We see the nano overclock come in. We're all going to D-peek. Kufa finds the jump onto it. Kitsune Rush comes out. And then this is like a... I mean, they sleep and kill jumping in the back. But then Admiral actually saves the fucking day, doesn't he? Saves the day. Kufa lives. And all of a sudden... we traded two ults for 3 ults. One of them's Visor, but... even trade up worse. Lethal's going to have Heesang's number again. Takes him down. Alright, again, I'm still leaning more just well played by Nightmare. Like, that's more of like an Admiral clutch. They dropped 3 ults there onto the Nano Winston to kill him. It feels like they probably should have killed him. Nightmare clutch it up. Okay, now again, Kufa's going to jump onto the soldier, take care of one angle. You can see the sort of problem, right? Kufa's going to go deal with one, but Shu, Chirong, jump in, they're all coming, so more work for Nightmare to do to just manage all the threats. Boot comes in onto UV. Again, Admiral and Lethal, they push forward, they clear one angle, right? UV needs more help now. Chirong actually TPs forward to wake up the sleeping bull. And gets the kill. Lethal's going to pop the overclock, finds one.
Let's bring it home, people.
Really wants to find the Tracer if he can, but I just can't quite find him.
Disrupting.
Such a good kill there, actually. Oof. Such a good kill. And we see some of the downsides of the Kiri compared to the Brig, just where, like, sure, Chirong goes in here and he gets the kill, but we see this a lot. You know when Violet always swaps to Kiri, and then just, but she's just alone, right? He's just alone versus his dive. He's not lit with him, sure, but not the same amount. So, Lip's gonna kill himself. The trades ends up pretty messy. Afternoon, Nuki Volo. Yeah, I hope so. I hope once they have the team skins in game and stuff, now we just get, like, if you're one of the partner teams, you get to wear all of your own skins in game. I think that'll look pretty cool. Help distinguish the partner teams in game when you're watching it live too. You know, because that's what you want, right? You want, if you want to sell skins, you want when Sugar Free hits for Clutch Pulse Bomb, where Shu hits for Crazy Sleep. That is all head to toe Crazy Raccoon or whatever the team is merch. So hopefully they're just like allow / forced to wear their own team skins. All right, so basically a full reset. Crazy Raccoon still in the lead, but not too much. Not too much more. Again, we're going to see really similar setup. Crazy Raccoon trying to do the same thing again, right? Like we got people coming this way. We've got a hit scan Kiri flank here. Jumpin gets to play his own sort of independent role. Zera's going to run into that. Jumpin's going to go over the top. Doesn't find the slam at all. Lethal gives him the slip. Kufa's going to come jump on this angle. Blocks the nade. They can force Heesung out as well. So again, you can see Zera and Kufa, they're quite happy. They shut down one angle, right? But obviously, you shut down one angle, you still have to worry about the other two. But you just hope you've given your back... You've neutralized enough threats. You've neutralized enough threats that your backline can deal with it. So Jumper's going to swing around. Whip shot doesn't hit. Kufa's going to get naded on point. Kufa's able to play slow. Getting booped around a little bit. Has to bubble. What does OPR stand for? It's... I don't know what VO stands for. Is it just... It might just be Overwatch. But it's like Practice Realm, I'm pretty sure. I want to say Overwatch Practice Realm. Or... I don't know what else VO would stand for. Maybe it's just Overwatch. Alright, similar looking setup again. Crazy Raccoon. How many angles have we got? We got 3 angles and we got mines from above. Sleep connects onto the ball. Nano goes out onto Kufa. Shu misses the sleep. Oh, for fuck's... Alright. Fuck. Shu did not miss the sleep? Yeah, I know. They're trying to rewrite history. They're trying to rewrite history here, but I promise you he missed the sleep. We will find the truth. You can't keep it behind closed doors. I wasn't even rewinding or anything. It's twice now it's just crashed. What's the word? Just with nothing happening. Alright, let's try one more time. Oh, not time for a challenge. Alright, how far were we in? Like 4 minutes? We're gonna have to do this piece by piece. Always crashes when I have a misplay. Alright, maybe we got it perfect again. Alright. Mines come out. Sleep. Nano. Oh! Fucking. Misses. Misses. Obviously, Charong is on his own position, so as soon as he misses that sleep, probably would have died anyway, honestly. Meanwhile, UV and Admiral are in the fucking wars. They push in, they collapse, they kill. Maybe the boop actually saves him from a pulse when he dies anyway. But it's, I mean, it's a scrap, right? Both backlines are getting traded. Both backlines, everyone's getting traded. Kufa's actually stealing meters while all of this happens. Lethal's gonna try and plays. Try and plays life. Nice try, Lethal, but unfortunately cannot. Pocket is good onto Kufa to get him out. Oh! Thanks, Lee Jusin. OPR stands for Overwatch Professional Region. Is it really? I just thought it was Realm. But... You saw a .esport report from Apex time? Oh, okay. Alright. Either way, what are we up to now then? So, another retake. Slam onto Kufa. Crazy Raccoon all a little bit grouped up. Shu's going to hit the nade onto UV, but they can't really follow it. Hisang's going to blink around. Admiral's there to mark it. Again, we've seen this Kiri Tracer are pushing the flank right, so they're all sort of trapped in the room. Zero's going to try and respond, but again, if I zoom out to the smash view, going to see a little bit more of the same, right? And it's just all sorts of angles for something to go wrong. Good kill by Admiral. It's actually an Admiral MVP. MVP of New Queen Street. Alright, Rally Overclock. Such a good combo. Bunch of damage into the ball. Admiral finishes that one as well. And the backline is all committed here, so these should be really late deaths onto these guys. There we go, Admiral. Lip's gonna visor. I think, is this the point where he swaps? Alright, pushing for checkpoint. Get the checkpoint. Hisang dies. I want to rewind, but it's been so fragile lately. We'll just accept that UV makes way. Oh, he's just... Fuck. I want to see if he died with... Oh, fuck it. I'm risking it. Oh, he's just forces like he's trying to run, right? Yeah, he's trying to run. Doesn't have recall. Chase down. Just a good late kill from Nightmare. Alright, now all of a sudden, chance to put real meters onto the board. Charong is now swapped to Brig. Jumbin has the mine still on the ball. They're forcing the objective. Kufa is... Where's Kufa? He's already up there marking top. Kufa's going to get anti, but he has primal. Roll through. Nano from Kufa. These are... I'm going to risk it again. These are the ones I want to rewatch. Because this is where, like, I think there's a couple of nanos in a row where Kufa just... He just fucking kills everyone. Especially now we're on Anna Brig, this is where it should be illegal, you know? Yeah, I mean, Lip's kind of low. It's like a hard one to avoid. Admiral does get traded. Keep control of a robot, though. Just more meters again. Lip now goes on to Sojourn, and we're getting ever closer to the mirror just for Ball and Winston difference. They're trying to deal with Heesang behind. Heesang is still behind. Bit of a split position here. Admiral's... It's all a little bit weird. Pulse Bomb's a miss from Heesang. Zera's going to miss his too. Both teams going to sort of regroup and reset. Good for us for Primal. Nade's pretty good from UV. Now the Nano comes out. Sleeper's going to be immediately woken. Backline gets run over during all of this by the Nano Tracer. You can find trades, though. Whoever's going to try and live. Where is Shu? Okay, I'm going to rewind again. I know I'm taking the piss here with how many risks I'm taking, but... he walks forward because he has the Nano. Tries to walk away from the Primal. Rotates into the room. They've got the kills in there. Sharong doesn't get in the room. This is the nade. This is the sleep. And Zero wins for 1v1. Yeah, really all just comes to that. That Primal makes it chaotic, right? And all of a sudden, backline's a little bit split. Zero finds the trade. Not clean, right? But keeps it messy. Stops them making too much progress. UV and Admiral are back now. They're going to have to take another fight again. Mines for jump in. Overclock for lethal soon. Kufa with a bubble up the choke. They're just trying to clear the Tracer off. Jump in even finds a kill behind. By himself too. Manages to separate him. Now we're going to have to try and just rotate out. Trying to disengage. Whip shot denies jump in. Nade keeps Kufa alive. They're still conceding space. Admiral's separated. Oh, this is the rally, isn't it? This is the rally. Admiral's booped away. Tries to get back to the team. Doesn't get back. Because the backline was trying to rotate from here. So all just becomes like... This is what happens so often when you play against Crazy Raccoon. Just stuff just happens, you know. Somebody gets booped who's not expecting to get booped. So you're trying to do a thing, but someone's left behind. Then Crazy Raccoon just pick you apart. Kufa's now just going to die on point. Trying to play for a late trade. Eevee's hiding for a nade. Just stalling the point out. Eevee's going to go for a late nade trade. Eevee gets the kill. Such an important kill. Lethal maybe dies late though. Yeah. Not too late, but yeah. Alright, they'll get checkpoint off that. 2 minutes left on the clock. Alright, now next nano timing. Is this another one where Kufa just, you know, one jump, one kill? Alright, all of them are inside. It's a Rally Jax. Oh, it's a Rally Jax, of course. Remember it. What do you think is worst experience? Suffocating or playing against jumping on Bull? Yeah, I take my chances with Bull, you know. Better to die in game than die in real life. Maybe that's a hot take, but I'm willing to say it. Alright, so the Rally Jax, the backline's still in here. Kufa's going to get cleared off point. And again, like, it's actually quite messy from Nightmare, right? Like, my backline goes this way, Lethal goes this way, Kufa's trying to force point. There's still players here we can kill after the Rally Jacks, and feels like Nightmare almost getting a bit ahead of themselves. And yeah, you look at a couple of these mistakes, right? Admiral getting booped out, hits a Rally Jacks of his own. Mistakes on both sides, really. Alright. We're going to go anchor point. UV's going to go coast. Managed to do a sort of map flip. Now they nano onto Kufa. Good nade. Gets the kill onto Chirong. Trying to find another target. Worry about the Ana being here. Alright, and because Strong's died, Zera's managed to find another 1v1 with Shu. Defensive nano out though. They've killed... Heesang's soloed for backline. And again, if I'm Nightmare, can I find a trade? That'll do, Cuffer, that'll do. Zera's managed to get out too. Alright, last 20 seconds, pressure on. Lethal has overclock, Lip has overclock. Lethal again, happy to he's just happy to take these risks.
This ends now.
They're all gonna DP it. Alright, this is... Did they literally C9 off this? So, they get a bit of space back, damage onto jump in, etc, etc. Heesang's gonna have his recall force. Pressure onto Heesang now. He takes evasive maneuvers. Yeah? Yeah, that's just it. Jump in's 1 HP. Heesang has his recall force. That's just it. Alright, but Jumpin's swinging back in. Is it just Jumpin? Oh, he gets pulse bombed. It's at this point here. He thinks for robots closer, but it's moved away. Yeah, you can see that moment. There's this moment of horror when he turns around. Oh wait, I'm going back. I need him to be this far back. But there's this bit when he comes back in after getting pulse bombed. He turns around, like here, and I think. Oh, let me get his point. I think what he is expecting is the cart's going to be like here or something, and then he just realizes like, fuck, and he's probably saying like, I can't touch, and then Heesang's like, oh fuck, I can't touch either. So I don't know, like it's bad, right? It's bad because it's like they technically have ult advantage even though Admiral has rally soon. The robot's moving away, Charong's running for it. They just can't make it. No one's triggered the overtime and it's just over. But yeah. Okay, so if we run through it, right? There was for Rally Jacks. There was for comp they started on. You know, I'm trying to come back to that the question we started the stream with, right? Or started the VOD review with. Like, were Crazy Raccoon throw in? Did they play super shit? You know? I don't know. Like, it looks like two evenly matched teams, right? Mistakes on both sides. We've seen Lethal get caught wrong side of rotation. Admiral Rally Jacks, Charong Rally Jacks. Today, I've not moved my position, right? I thought Nightmare just played well. Is anyone here on the other side of the fence still and think Crazy Raccoon were just playing like egregiously below their normal standard? Crazy Raccoon didn't play the full script? Yeah, I guess, but I feel like most of the narrative always with Korea versus West, which I think is fair, honestly, is that Korea is like heads and shoulders above everyone. Yeah, like I think I'm like kind of same page as Appley here in terms of as much as Crazy Raccoon are maybe getting caught or dying in situations you wouldn't normally expect them to, I feel like most of it is just through Nightmare's good work, right? Like a few of these times where there was one early on where Lethal just walks into this room, he just peeks and he just fucking headshots Heesang with his first shot, right? And it's like, is that a mistake by Heesang? Or is that just Lethal's just, you know, peeked an angle and hit a shot, right? Like, you know, Kufa's landing these dives. Some of it is comp, right? In terms of the Anakiri just allows Kufa and Zero to find trades in a lot of these situations. And then some of it is just good game management, right? Is that once, because like there's a point where Nightmare get like, I guess believe they actually finished on, right? Like something around like 80 meters or 70 meters. And then what happens is we have like maybe 3 or 4 fights here where neither team wins the fight. It's just like 4 people die on both sides or something. And obviously, if you're the team with the lead, you're really happy just to keep meeting in the middle of the map, trading kills, and nobody makes any progress. You know, you just keep bleeding time for clock, you maintain your lead. So yeah, maybe a few key fights, like, you know, Zero hits for Pulse Bomb onto, like, the Rally Jacks here where Zero hits for Pulse Bomb is probably, like, a pretty big moment. And obviously the C9 at the end is, like, it's a big mistake, right? It's a big mistake. I don't know if you can say it costs him the map. I mean, obviously it literally costs him the map. Let me rephrase it. I don't know if you can say, oh, if they don't C9, they win the map, right? Like, if they don't C9 and they get the touch here, then yeah, they have an overclock, they have a chance to win, but they have to win 2 fights, and Admiral's going to have a rally, Zero's going to have a pulse, but like more stuff, you know, they're not really close to anything else. So there's always a chance Lip goes nuclear with the overclock, right? He was good for it this tournament, but it's far from a straightforward one. Even if they don't C9 in this situation. You know, like, if Jumping gets the touch, he's still fucking 1 HP, or like half HP after that pulse bomb. He's still glued to point. These dive mirrors get really hard when somebody has to be glued to point as well for overtime too. So yeah, I'm not convinced. Like, I think the biggest complaint you can have is the biggest complaint you can maybe have is like, how long did it take Crazy Raccoon to swap, right? Like, I've got the swaps written down here. So let's have a look. Yeah, so like with 4 minutes left on the clock, that's when they make their swaps. When in reality, Nightmare had Kufa booped off a map and then we're alright, we're just gonna swap the comp. Yeah, this is the upper bracket one, the one they lost. So maybe they were slow to adapt, etc., etc. But I also understand, like, there's an element of, if your comp has been so dominant in scrims all week, do you immediately swap when you see, you know, you don't start winning immediately, right? Do you immediately swap? I don't think so. Throwing to build story and character. Yeah. So yeah, I know we can look at the Route 66 because let's look at the whole series, right? Because if there's a time where they're meant, because I did feel like they got rattled at a certain point, right? There's one particular fight I remember on their defense on second point where I really think actually, like, I'm looking at it and I'm like, what are these guys doing? But honestly, so far, I'm still 100%, like, I actually want to give all the credit to Nightmare. Like, I'm sure you guys have heard this adage. They use it a lot in traditional sports. So if you make your own luck, right? You make your own luck. Go about things in the right way, put the right effort in, and, you know, be brave, and you'll be surprised how often things can line up for you. And I think maybe that adage applies here in terms of they're getting mistakes out of Crazy Raccoon a lot in these situations, but I think they're earning everything that happens, you know? Do you have any idea about the Zeta support situation? Not long term, just I know they're scrimming with Alpha U. So they're scrimming with Alpha U, so make what you want of that, right? I don't know if that's the end. I don't know if that's like done and dusted and that's just gonna be the case, or if they're still trying to get someone more, but
Stopped the payload.
you saw Alfie win a ranked game on Lucius, I believe. I mean, when that Violet was sick that week or whatever he was, Alfie's played all right for a flex CPS playing Lucio. You know? Don't know if it was quite a masterclass, but he did really okay for someone off-rolling, you know? Yeah, I mean, you're right. I doubt he does want to play main support full-time, but does he want to leave Zeta Division? Probably not unless he gets like an absolute juicer offer from one of the top 2 Korean teams, right? So, why not? Maybe if he was really, like, maybe if, maybe if it was, maybe if T1 offered, that's for when, like, if I was Alpha Yi, I'd probably really consider, right, of like, oh, fuck, if T1 want me, I could go to T1, and then that team is really just seems like on be up after a couple of their signings, you know? Maybe Nat would be one of them. That'd be the one I consider the most if I was Alpha Yi. But it feels like most of the Zeta guys get on for the most part. And I'm sure the pay's decent as well and all of this. And it also just might not be financially viable, right? Because he's under contract, so team would have to buy a payout, or pay a buyout rather, and wouldn't want to. Yeah, back on, what was it? Was it New York? Flora and Alfie were just like, every fucking day of the year they'd be duoing for like a bunch of hours. So might also just be, you know, friendship over dollars, or friendship even over playtime. Washington, that's what I'm thinking of. Thank you, San. All right. One jump, one die. What happened, Kuffa? Come on, mate. Gonna get jumped by jump in. Swung. We jump in here. Wait, where's our... Okay, bubble's there. So hard to see the orange bubble on Route 66. Counter jump. And we've just regretted all of our decisions. Yeah. Okay. Cheers. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like people are always doing this, like, spawn hold for ages. But I don't know if you're better just, like, playing it slower. Yeah, as in, like, stay there, gate the old charge, whatever, just back it out. I guess what we should talk about is the comps a little bit. We should talk about the comps and bans before we get into the nitty-gritty of it all. But ban-wise, it's a Juno ban from Crazy Raccoon, a Cass ban from Nightmare. So maybe Nightmare a little bit anticipating the Anna Brig here and don't want to play into the Cass, because if you play Anna Brig Cass, fuck me, your Winston's life is really, really hard. So removing that problem away from, or making that a little bit easier for Kufra in these situations. Crazy Raccoon banning the Juno probably feels a little bit more like they want to try and force a Winston mirror, essentially, I guess. So they're trying to force an Anna Brig version of a backline rather than a Juno Brig or something else, or Kiri Lucio is obviously still open. I guess they had all the Kiri and Lucio bans. Yeah, maybe they should have banned Kiri. I guess it's like sort of like swings and roundabouts, right? If you ban the Kiri, will they just Juno Brig? If you ban the Juno, do they just play Kiri Lucio? Which one would you rather play against? Maybe you'd rather play against the Juno Brig if you're planning to play Anna Brig. You know, yeah. But I don't know. Yeah. I mean, they protected the Ana and the Brig, I guess, which is probably the more important thing. Like, they had to, and then they could just go one way or the other with support. Maybe they also were happy to take the Kiri Lucio mirror as too, right? So they were just happy for that. So, all right, big getting put onto Kufa, and it is runaway situation for Nightmare, play for retake. Crazy Raccoon going to take all the space. I guess what we should also say about the comps really into all of this is basically if the map is big, so let's say we get these classic dive situation where our Ana Brig are at the bottom of the map, our Winston Tracer are diving their back line, and their Winston Tracer is diving our back line. If you're the Ana Brig team, happy with this situation because your Ana Brig have more chance to survive, etc., etc. What you really want if you're the Kiriluso team is can you find more situations to all in, or you know, like their Winston dives you and you just go forward and you end up just with like 5 people on top of their Ana Brig, right? Similarly, your ults should be, your support ults in particular are really good ults to do this with. So it's not always that simple, and there's still a lot of other dive stuff in terms of fighting for space, counter jumps, blah, 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 blah. But in sort of core principle, that's the big difference, I guess, in how both teams want the matches or want the fights to go. All right, so if we get a chance to stabilize a little bit, Kufa's going to go onto the top side here. Zero's going to run into Heesang. Jumbin's going to go for a jump, bubble. Priority slightly different for both Winstons as well. Kufa has to be all over Shu, can't let him nade his backline. Jumbin, however, can just really focus lethal on all of these jumps. So, bubble on the high ground, Jumbin not really committing for a kill, he's just zoning backline. And what you want here is, can we put some pressure onto the Winston? But Kufa's got a nice little D peak angle. Keeps the point contested, doesn't take any damage. As Lip tries to take a more aggressive position, Kufa goes to mark that one. Lethal's even going to repeat what has become a pretty common trick. I say trick. The trick is he shoots him in the head. It's a pretty good trick, though. Alright, gets the rail off the bubble and the Winston. Drops down. Oh, just fair. Cheers. Now Kufa, after marking Lip, is going to jump down, try and chase that. Force back over onto the high ground. Player advantage now for Nightmare, so I want to be aggressive in this situation because the Crazy Raccoon backline have rotated underneath. And Lip's actually going to find a counter pick. So 4v4 now, but they are underneath you. Can go on Kufa's timing. Look at the Sojin here. Lip is going to try and slide out wide. Bubble onto him. UV helps him get the kill. UV's going to get 2 kills. And this is something that, you know, UV's going to be very happy. If he ends up just playing with, going with Kufa on some of these dives, his kunai's going to be such a big difference maker. Hits a couple of dinks on this one as he drops down. Now just 2 players left underneath. Should just be all over. Shu's going to hit the sleep. Suzu to protect from the assassination. Everything's stabilized. Can we put a trigger warning? You lost all your points in this game. I mean, surely Crazy Raccoon wouldn't lose their second map pick in a row. That'd be pretty preposterous. That'd be pretty preposterous. You see, I'm playing really bad this game. That was the big question we were trying to answer at the top of it, M says, like when we started it. And so far, I don't think the answer is actually yes at all. Like, there's mistakes, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't feel like, it feels like more of Nightmare playing up and Crazy Raccoon playing down is maybe a good way to think about it. All right, so same again. Kufa's going to drop, just try and zone the backline. The nade and the nano are going to hit. Again, feels pretty vintage Crazy Raccoon so far. Suzu will come out. They backstep this. They trade 1 ult for 1 ult, essentially. Kufa's going to mark for choke again. Jumping going to be cleared out. They have to concede a bit of space. All right, now a bit of space for Crazy Raccoon to work with. You see Zero behind. Kufa's going to jump kind of just onto point here. He's onto the Brig, so he's taking the backline attention. Zero's going to try and blink onto Lip. The pulse bomb is good. Meanwhile, Lethal's actually pulled the overclock in the back as well. Oh, I'm on the wrong Sojin. And then trying to walk into this Winston. Doesn't have Primal yet. Does get to the Mega. Lethal hits the shot on the Tracer behind. Kufa has been slept up in front. Lots of stuff happening. They bash to try and assassinate Kufa. The question is, can the beat come off in time? They do pop both ults to deal with this. But now, Kufa. Good for it. Backline. Cut. And the Tracer. Alright. If they had Alpha Yi on instead of Chirong, they'd be 3-0. You're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right. Alright, so even a bit of an impromptu forward hold here because of all the kills. There's some kind of jumping's on his one jump, one die arc. It's a real role reversal here. Kufa gets free with the primal, and jumping is on jumping is just on one jump, one die. Admiral with a little boop. Shu and Chirong are actually rotating to the high ground to help him. So now they can keep holding forward. Lethal's going to get a kill. Takes that fight with Lip. Kufa jumps in here. All feeling a little bit risky to get traded, but they get it. Is that a revoked Korean citizenship? Yeah, Jumpin's not been allowed to leave China. He's still stuck there now. Alright, forward hold again. 3 minutes off the clock. CP is a miss from Shu. Jumper just trading onto the Winston. Going to concede back to the choke here. Primal overclock though. There should be very much a winnable fight. Jumping goes onto the backline. Has the Primal to keep going. Drops for Primal. Suzu forced immediately. He sank there with him. Alright. Gets for Sojin. Primal is good. Rest of the backline are walking forward. Kufa's had to play this whole one slow. They still have Kitsune Rush if they want to trade, but I mean Jumpin's just got it done with Primal, hasn't he? Or manages not to die too, maybe. Yeah, pulse bomb's a miss. Back to full HP. Die on point. Question of whether or not they get a recontest.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think it's like 3 weeks. I can't remember the exact date. Alright, so Kitsune Rush, Overclock, recontest. Possible, but Crazy Raccoon also have 4 ults here. And they have all the good position, right? So if we look at Shu and Lip's position, really tough situation where really you need Zero to anchor point, maybe, and Kufa go. But it's really you want both your backliners going for this. So this is a really awkward fight where Viana can kind of take over. Pulse Bomb is immediately onto Kufa. It's going to be Suzu'd. Kitsune Rush out too. Nano and Overclock invested now by Crazy Raccoon. Lethal's going to do the same. I think I remember this, like, Lethal just doesn't find a connect onto anything. Oh yeah, 2 shots onto Shu, but he's got the self nano perk. And then Jumpin's going to respond to that one. And this is the nice thing about it, right? They Kitsune Rush on point for the retake here from Nightmare. But Crazy Raccoon, they can kind of just play and deal with other stuff. So Kitsune Rush doesn't really get that much value, even though they kind of need to use it coming back out. Alright, rally from Chirong. It's probably overkill, but don't want to risk the full hold. Alright, captured first, but more than happy enough with that. I'm calling the Korean government. I can tell you when. Where is it? There's my calendar. I think Korea starts on... I think it starts the same weekend. Maybe... Yeah, it starts on the 9th, Korea. In case Admiral is beat, I guess. Yeah. I mean, that's it. Because it's overtime, it's like just 100% we need to cap it, you know? It's like a... There's a lot of times you see ults like this, especially for capturing stuff, where you use the ult and it feels like overkill, but maybe if you don't get the kills quickly enough, it can be clutched back. And I think, especially over time, you know, let's not be greedy. Let's not risk it. Let's just give ourselves a chance on second. All right, now the setup should be pretty good. A chance for to make the map big again for Crazy Raccoon. Admiral and Zero retaking the space on the right. Bullying Heesang out, forces recall. Chase him all the way out. Kufa is on Shu here. He should be able to get pack line of sight. Yeah, he's going to get a couple of packs. Zera's still floating around, but still on this back line. Defensive nade is good. Shu is one. And look, honestly, right? And people are saying, like, oh, people are telling me Crazy Raccoon are playing bad. But is that not just vintage? Like, as a guy who has lost to many a Korean backline, and I've lost to some Korean backlines, right? This feels like my experience versus Korean backlines all the time when they're on Anna Brig, right? When I'm just like, they're gonna fucking die, right? Look at this. They're gonna die, right? Our Winston Tracer are gonna get this kill. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, like, okay, the guy misses sleep. The guy's down to 40 HP. He gets all the packs. The guy is still getting zapped. He has to defensively nade. He is now just crossing the open, right? He's just in the middle of everyone. He will go down, I promise you. All right, gets behind. Now the Primal comes out. He's down to 66 HP. My Tracer's on him. He's still juking. He's not got a headshot. They kite back into here. He gets the Mega. Oh, is he still... okay, Jumbin dies. Like, they get the kill, right? So they still win the fight. But, you know, some of what we're trying to, I guess, maybe figure out or prove or disprove is, are they playing badly? But actually, they just pocket themselves out of a really what feels like a situation where they should die. They should die. I guess we can also see it from Jumbin's point of view, right? Of like, because he's marking the choke. Trying to mark for Sojin. Realizes his backline's getting dived. Kind of drops. I mean, this bubble is shit, to be fair, right? Like, don't know exactly what we're doing. It's just, I guess, just anything to help Shu, but really the overclock, or not the overclock, sorry, the Sojin is the big one. So we do a lot of nothing. We're actually going to get Primal back in. And then we just tie on 99. Come to share LH Cloudy Zero Law. Is it actually any good? It's apparently claims pay for Zero because they both were a pip in 2019. Any contenders at Aspen left the team for streaming, so Cloudy had to play Brig because it was Drunken Queen meta and Zero was constantly complaining about Cloudy on Brig non-stop. So now after 3 years when Zero was young as hell, Cloudy is the biggest Zero hater in the modern day. Peak petty source, just heard it on a Cloudy stream. Alright, it's honestly Musket. It's not that exciting. Alright. So they get the retake off for Primal. Get the retake off for Primal. But also, if Jumpin just gets the Primal off there, it feels really different. Alright, where are we going now? So, similar setup. Jumpin's going to jump onto the Kiriko this time. Kufa and Zero are going to have their... We're going to bubble onto Chirong. Chirong's going to bash into a lamppost. And then Lip's going to get pulse bombed. Yeah, alright. So, I don't know. Again, like, I know Chirong yeah, bashes into a lamppost. But it's actually just... Zero just hits a pulse bomb, right? Like, fuck. Alright, now Jumping goes with a Primal. I guess we need to do... Beat comes out. Force beat with Primal. Happy with that. Forced to jump out. He actually just gets blown up. Oz Winston greater than Korea Winston. I mean, I'm certainly starting to see a few pieces of evidence that support that statement. Alright, hit a long rewind on this one. Hold on. Don't worry, it'll be good for it. It'll be good for it. Just patient. Patience is a virtue, I'm told. There we go. Alright. So yeah, Pulse Bomb connects. Jump in trades Primal for beat. there's maybe a point now where I'm actually thinking, I know they have beat, so they don't want to get carried away, but can they be walking up and putting more pressure on Kufa now? I guess they don't want to overstep because of a beat, and they're getting that beat trade. So then Kufa's going to try and go aggressive. They deal with that. Obviously, there's no Sojin alive in all of this, right? So Kufa is able to occupy a little bit more. And Jumpin just takes too much. Obviously, like, there's more options if he just gets out, like, this way instead. A little bit safer. Can stabilize on the high ground or stabilize even just behind this corner. Somewhere he can de-peek a little bit. Yeah, meanwhile, Kufa's done a pretty good job. And do they nano-jacks as well? Fuck. Oh, I'm going to rewind. There we go. This one doesn't take so long. Or did they just nano Tron? Fuck, they did as well, didn't they? Bad to worse. Hits for sleep. Can they turn the kill? Shu doesn't have nade. And where's Lip's back, but he's like swinging wide. Alright, so Heesang hits for Pulse Bomb as well, and now it just feels like Nightmare are just doubling down. Want backline kills. Suzu to wake him up. Little dink, TP in. Eevee will finish the kill. They just run over him, right? This is the power of the Kiri Lucio version of the comp. The ability for the Lucio Kiri just to join Kufa, wake him up, and keep going. Alright, so similar setup again. UV has Kitsune Rush, Chorong has Rally. Shu's come back on Kiriko because we are into the overtime. Jumbin's sort of staging behind. Both things are trying to happen at the same time now, right? Is the backline, a clever rotation from Crazy Raccoon, because actually UV is just potentially really pissed away this fucking Kitsune Rush, right? Because we've Kitsune Rushed, but they're not fucking here anymore. Where'd they go? This is where they're going. Kufa's going to run into him on the rotation. They Suzu to go round. Admiral dies as they come in. The rest of Crazy Raccoon all group up on point. This Kitsune Rush is soon to expire. Positions have been flipped. Kufa's going to jump onto the high ground. Lip does die, actually. Now Kufa onto the point. Has Primal. Jump in, trying to stay all over this Sojin. Solo. Shu will finish the kill. UV TP's up there as well. Shu's in a lot of trouble. Trades happening, like, just everything's happening at the same time. Chorong and Heesang trying to anchor point. While Jumpin keeps point contested. Kiri and Lucio will live. Oh, I remember this. We watched this Primal from Kufa's POV. And I think it was just a point where I just thought Kufa would have... There's this point here where we pop the Primal. We force the Kiri TP. We go for the Tracer. And I just wonder that in actual fact... Like, okay, just let him push the cart. Like, we got space to give. Like, can one of these guys die instead, right? Like a more killable target. Because we're going to use up... We're going to not let the payload move. We are going to force the recall. But maybe even now... I feel like they've done it so well in the series so far. But just like, this isn't the kill, you know? Like, I feel like something else is the kill here. So the backline still lives. And they force the Tracer recall. But Heesang still got full support. Bubble off onto point now. Kufa's clearing him out. UV's gonna die. Has Suzu. Fuck, has Suzu. Yeah, just like half a second too late. Just TP just happens to be... Tracer's right in front of him. Easy kill for Heesang if the Suzu doesn't go off. Then all of a sudden, main source of healing is gone. Chorong is still packing. Heesang misses the Pulse Bomb. Trying to slow it down, but Kufa takes a headshot. Doesn't have Primal. Lethal was coming back. Kufa's going to try and live. Can play for the recontest when they go for it. Kufa has to get onto point. Admiral's going to beat out. Oh, not in time to save Kufa. And now it's really hard, right? Because Lip is just in the power position. That body shot doesn't kill lethal, but it just means... Oh, he kills lethal half a second afterwards. All right, so even, I was going to say, even if the body shot is enough, lethal has to DP for most of this overclock now. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. So, more mistakes are definitely creeping into Crazy Raccoon's gameplay. But a lot of this is also small margin stuff, right? Like, Jumpin dies on 99% primal. Nano jacks for Shu. And we're talking like 1%, half a second difference here into how the fights end up going. Very new to Overwatch. Is there a role you would recommend to learn on? If you're like brand new, I think there's probably a case that like one of the easiest ways, like say you don't even know the maps and stuff, like if you just play support or something, it can be quite straightforward just because one, you can just, rather than having to learn all the maps and learn all the good positions, for example, you can kind of just play like a couple of steps behind your tank half the time, you know? Like some comps like dive will be harder. But I think support in many ways is like quite an entry-level role just in terms of to get a feel for the game. Easier positioning. Either that or hit scan, depending if you got decent aim, right? Hit scan can fall into the same category where like just learn to play the game for the first time. You can just follow your team around a lot and try and hit some shots. Like if you just follow your team around, hit some shots, try and use your movement abilities when they try and like go on you. It's probably like a nice easy way to just get used to Overwatch and what all the characters do and all the abilities and ults and everything like that. You know, make part of it simple because a lot of stuff goes on in Overwatch and there's a lot of interactions to learn, but that's probably like the easiest way I'd say. So then Hazard swap from Kufa. They're gonna flip the burger as well. They force an early Suzu out. Alright, they kind of flip the map. What's going on here? Hold on. Thoughts, I think support has a low floor and crazy ceiling. Yeah, that's probably a good way of thinking about it. Alright, eyes on Lip here. How does Lip end up in a position that would be... So he's going to slide out. There's another Tracer. He slides out again. There's maybe just a bit of a, like... a rare Lip blunder. Right, I presume my client is about to crash now, because there's no way they're going to let this one be on record. But Lip now just kiting away from the rest of his team. Put them in a bit of an awkward situation. TP's into a lot of trouble. Shu's going to TP to him to try and live. Lip still gets a kill, so because it is Lip, I guess. Admiral's going to double down for this kill. Can he get it, Ollie? Fuck, no, Lip gets 2 kills. So as I was saying, perfect play from Lip. He's successfully baited the entire enemy team onto him, and he's killed 2 of them. Yeah, 3 of them. Just cost Shui's life, but I think the trade was worth it. Now we're in a sort of, so not at all a Lip blunder. It can still be a mistake, but the nature of having a gun is you can often shoot your way out of mistakes, you know? I'm standing in the wrong position. But I did hit the headshot, so everything's fine. Remember the one on King's Row where he got rooted on the mini? And it's like, oh no, he's been caught by the downpour. This is going to be tricky. A Genji's dash in his face. This is a big problem. And then he just nails 0 with the shot. It's... Alright, so now holding close. We're now on the Hazard version. So, really, big difference. Like, so, changes on both sides, right? Kiri Lucio for Crazy Raccoon, Hazard for Nightmare. So now I think how the matchup changes, it almost becomes a bit more brawly with his Kiri Lucio backlines. There's not as many nades or anything to worry about. So I think this version of this matchup right now is better for Nightmare in like just a pure theory sense. For Hazard can spend a lot of time bullying this Winston around. You can force the neutral. Remember the King's Row attack where Nightmare just kept bullying space? You can kind of do the same, just bully the tank out of position a lot of the time. But Crazy Raccoon, they do have a primal, they have a Kitsune Rush ult advantage, so They're going to go early. Pressure onto the back line. Primal in there now from jumping as well. Lethal is caught up, but he does have full pocket. So if anything, actually, just a wasted Primal, really. Yeah, thought he could get the kill, but Nightmare is still there. They're still pushing point. We're not an Anna Brig anymore, so there's no nade or anything to sort of come in and set up a kill for us here. Now the downpour on the way out. Is it just Chorong who gets hit? It's just Chorong. He doesn't have beat though. Easy kill for Zera. And yeah, this one is just a bit piss poor actually from Crazy Raccoon. This one is just actually pretty poor. Go into spawn, take a fight where we're not really all there as a team. Waste our ultimate for it as well. And then get caught trying to get jumping out of there as well. Who's for best Kiri? I don't know. Is it just Fielder? Or it might just be Fielder. Yeah, like there's probably like some other examples where like Violet probably has the best aim on Kiri in terms of pure like who hits the most shots. It's probably Violet, but I think Fielder's a better like a better whole player on that hero. All right, so Kitsune rushes will be traded on point. Lethal and Admiral playing a little bit back. We're gonna see. It's risky rewind. So Kitsune Rush trade comes out, and it's all just about who can get the most value. And there's a wall behind, slash onto lip. Forces for Suzu. Fuck. UV dies with Suzu again. But we are into overtime, so any trade will do at this point. Let's slow it down. Beat comes through from Chorong. Pulse Bomb misses from Heesang. Nightmare are just trying to live now, it looks like. Pulse Bomb is... oh. 2 seconds from Suzu. It's actually just a Zera clutch. Suzu Force. Just need to find a connect. Any trade will do. 2 is even better. And it's just been saved, hasn't it? Beat out of spawn. It's going to turn to a pretty big dogfight. Jumpin's going to try and reset. Heesang keeping point alive. Now the hazard on. You can see just now in this neutral without ults and everything how much Kufa's able to bully this Winston away. Jumpin's going to flank. Both teams reset again. Heesang gets given the business by Lethal. Oh, sorry, by Zero rather. Kufa's 1 HP. Lethal slides in to help. Lip tries to make a play. Jumpin going to die. Jumpin has to anchor point. Chorong is there with him. Shu finds a trade from main. Drops for Suzu as well. Still trying to live. Zera's going to come deal with that one on high ground. Another TP from Shu. This time Zera. I mean, Tracer's so good in these situations. Kills both backliners. Clears them off. We'll get the Tracer out. Alright. Zera guy's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is where it feels like... These are the one where I feel like there's been just a couple of mistakes that just feel like... uncharacteristic from Crazy Raccoon. But still... But I don't know. Also, like, if a Tracer just hits for Pulse Bomb, then fuck. If a Tracer hits for Pulse Bomb, right? It's just... It's fair play, right? Keep up voting him, guys. Alright, forward hold. Crazy Raccoon. Just on the Kiri Lucio now. Interesting to see they... Like, this is where as well, I think sometimes the comp choices can be kind of telling of where a team's head is at. Like, we always used to say it on Season 5 of London. is if you go back through all those games and the number of teams that would end up mirroring us on Rhine, and as soon as they mirrored us on Rhine, we just knew, we fucked them, right? Like, they're fucking gone now. As they think the only option is to mirror us, they're out of ideas. We got them on the ropes. They haven't got a lot more. They're desperate. Absolutely desperate. So when they play Anna Brig on the attack here, Crazy Raccoon, and then when Anna Brig is normally always better on defense, or a bit easier on defense at least, they just play Kiri Lucio. I'm starting to think now, Crazy Raccoon are a little bit unsure of themselves all of a sudden. So start of a hazard, clear the Winston. Rattled? Exactly. Alright, stalled out on the corner. Again, can play through the tank. You see Kuffer's not really got too much interest in going anywhere in this area, right? Just happy to keep bullying his tank out, keep the point moving. Wallon to jump in, forces him to jump up. A little boot back as well into the open. Now they've traded those Winston cooldowns. Kuffer's just going to threaten the high ground. You know, he hits the slash. Going to try and clear the Winston at his time. Jumpin's done a good, decent job holding his bubble. Gets booped in, jumps out. Kuffer's taking a decent amount of space. Lethal's going to swing. Now you see they're trying to play aggressive here. Like, I think this is, you know, we talked about how Kuffer can just bully the Winston. So what you want to do if you're Crazy Raccoon is if you're just going to lose the trade on point, can you find abilities to go behind them, get bubble value, get on more of a key target. So Yuvi's going to have his TP and Suzu forced. Lip's going to hit the shot immediately onto Admiral. Attempt to rotate away from Nightmare, rotate forward. Lethal onto the high ground. Jumping goes to mark this. Gets the kill. UV TP's there. Finds the trade. But they also find trades on point. Yeah, I don't know. Not too much in it, really. I mean, Lip just hits the early shot, which helps massively. Then both teams go on the opposing Sojourn. UV TP's back, but she was already with Lip to pocket him through this. And you can see maybe there's a gap here in terms of Hisang is immediately on Kuffer making his life hard. And Cyril was, I think, still trying to set up for something. So ends up not really. I mean, it's a nice wall by Kuffer as well, to be fair. Like, fuck. Kuffer actually just nails the wall to finish this kill. UV's managed to live. And gives UV a TP out, yeah. Scrappy, isn't it? It's still just scrappy, small margins. All those cliches. You can see what happened. Why was he in there? Basically, Crazy Raccoon pushed through cave. And they just immediately, like, Nightmare were walking this way. And they just saw that they were coming through cave a little bit too late. So Lip just had a free opportunity. And nails it. Alright, so retake now. Both teams going to end up fairly even space. Zero's recall forced. Stabilizing underneath a little bit here. Jumpin tries to jump on the Kiri. Forces the TP. But this is what the Kiri's so good at, right? If you jump the Kiri, my Kiri can TP forward. We TP forward. Now we're Kitsune Rush pushing. And it's just X amount of time now where Jumpin is just going to be sitting here with nothing to do. Meanwhile, the rest of us, the rest of Nightmare rather, we're pushing forward. We're using Kitsune Rush. We're hitting a slash on the Lucio. We're forcing all of Shu's cooldowns. And now we have complete control of the map. We can turn and try and catch Hisang, punish Jumpin, something like that. There's the kill onto Hisang. Jumpin's going to jump even further behind. Jumpin doesn't have Primal. He's going to go for the Mega. Doesn't get to the Mega. And that's just the recontest done as well. Alright, decent enough first point. Well played by UV. With the Kitsune. Also had Kitsune Rush faster as well, which always helps. Alright, so Kuffer's going to challenge for high ground. UV's there with him. Zero's going to try and just play this area. Can we catch anyone that drops? The answer is yes. But this is also just nicely set up, right? Like, they do a dive on the high ground, they force for shift, and Lethal is just watching the sight line where he's expecting people to kite. Zera's also there for when everyone drops off the high ground. Just really nicely set up. And then, alright. Alright. Now we're really cooks. Apologies for the noise. Now we're going to lose both people. Alright, now we're just going to try and play to trade. Get one kill out of it. Suzu there. We get the Lucio too. We can. Another TP. And Kuffa did drop a downpour in all of this. So it ends up being 1-for-1. Yeah, there's an element of unlucky here where they're a player down, so they commit the ult to try and balance it out, or, you know, make up for that deficit. But Chirong dies just as that happens too. Alright, BVB. Prime advantage for Jumbin. Slight overclock advantage. Jumping out onto the high ground. Kuffa still trying to camp the backline. Jumps onto the Sojourn. Admiral hits the boop. They're going to beat now. Not sure why they're beating here. Like, everyone's fine, it feels like. Chirong's going to beat back as well. That catches everyone. Jumbin's got the primal too. This is getting really messy now, right? Where, like, Lethal was getting, like, kidnapped by Jumbin in the back. Beats have been traded on point. Admiral's beat was so early there. Yeah, so they get that kill. Now the primal chase inside. Heesan can't hit the pulse bomb, but... yeah, really early beat, so they've got no response to this at all. I mean, they had the ults to win it, but Nightmare really make it easy for them with that last one. Now, I think, is it this one where... there's one fight here on the defense where Crazy Raccoon basically get tricked into going this side and Nightmare rotate this side. I don't know if it's in this fight or maybe one of the later ones. Maybe it is this one, yeah. So if you look at the formation now from Nightmare, right? They're actually trying to push behind. They just have like it's just bad information, right? If you get bad information, you're going to make bad decisions. Because they all wrap around here. They have set up the perfect pincer for this position. The only problem is nobody there. Right? It's the perfect pincer in many ways. But the only one important detail when you set up some kind of flank and pincer push is the enemies have to be in the middle of the pincer. Because Jumpin just starts walking. Does he? Right, he sees a couple of people top. He sees the Hazard go top. So he must think they're all there. There's just nobody here. Alright, catch you in a bit, San. So nobody's here, so Kuffa's going to just sort of drop down, give him the slip a little bit. But if we keep our eyes on Nightmare, what we're going to realise is all of a sudden... oh, let's take the bloody map, shall we? Actually going to do a long... like... They sort of toyed with the idea of going all the way here, right? But Kuffa actually starts the engage. All of a sudden, the bubble gets forced out of Jumbin just here, right? Like, just defensively. And I think some of this is just Crazy Raccoon don't know exactly what's happening. Overclocks will be traded. Lethal gets the initial dink. And now, because the map's kind of been flipped, they can just start forcing points a little bit now and just move the cart away from them. Again, same thing that we talked about earlier, it still applies. The Hazard can believe a Winston off, so can we keep playing through point? Trade for the overclocks, etc. We probably can. Jumper's going to go stage on the high ground. Now the payload is moving. Jumper's going to jump above. You see again, Kuffa's just happy to bully him, right? Zera's going for his own pressure. Onto Lip, forces for slide. Kitsune rush now to try and keep the payload moving. Pocket Kuffa through this. Jumpin will jump out. Just about gets out, but they need to heal up. Kuffa, where is he? Kuffa's on the hunt. Lip wasn't back on the high ground. And they're just dead since Kitsune rush. Shu's going to try and clutch. Downpour just to make sure. Like 2 bad Kitsune rushes in essentially lost fights. I guess the question is, could Lip have found a better way out here? Like, we're nitpicking a lot here, but, you know, people telling me Crazy Raccoon played bad, so... Yeah, it slides out onto the high ground to get away from a Tracer. And then just, well, yeah. Does he have another slide in time? Oh, well, yeah, he dies as he's using it. You're scared to join your voice chat, your manager's going to scold you? What did he do? And then, yeah, the Kitsune rush is really bad. Really bad.
Team kill. The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Alright. Still the same matchup. Still can keep playing through Carp. Pulse bomb misses from Zera. Just out the corner. Beats are going to be up about the same time. But if I'm Nightmare, again, I've still got that frontline advantage. I can keep playing through. Heesang's going to go for a bit of a individual effort. Kuffa finds a chance to jump onto Shu. Beat push comes in. Suzu and Beat in response for Admiral and Kuffa. All 10 people beated. Strong. Oh, they're all going in so deep. You can see Crazy Raccoon. We talked about, can you find timers to go past for Hazard? They're going past for Hazard. Lethal's going to keep sliding. He will get killed, but they're going to trade out. Had a sarcastic argument. I had a big mouth and told her you will see when I'm online. Don't waste your time arguing with a manager, you know? If you can't make your point without like arguing or shouting at someone, you probably don't have too much of a point, you know? So always keep it civil. Keep it civil. Let logic win the day. If they're gonna be unreasonable, you can't stop them being unreasonable. But you can maintain your composure and dignity. It's an important skill. Thank you, RX. Because I used to be back before Overwatch. I used to be so combative in so many of my like IRL jobs as well. I would be so combative, you know. Thought I was right. Thought I was right all the time, and even if I was right, you know, I would just be a dick about it, be really combative. But maybe it's just part of growing up, but or part of maturing. But never got the result, right? Like, I think if you ever think, I'm sure you guys have probably been in arguments, whether it's like at work, friends, family, parents, whatever, siblings. Is there ever a situation where once it descends into an argument, anyone ever changes their mind? Right? As soon as emotions get high, the ability to do that is, or the ability to change anyone's mind is gone. Yeah, I mean, and if someone's just going to be unreasonable and deny your logic, or, you know, take a, what's the word? Just refuse to budge, right? Refuse to budge. Then there's actually nothing you can do, right? If that's what they're going to be. If that's what they're going to be like, they're not going to listen to your side of their argument or engage fairly. I mean, fuck them then, right? You know? Like, don't waste your time on them. I know this is obviously more complicated if they're your manager or they're someone you work with, but, yeah, quick sidebar. Yeah, this is probably why the Pope died. Yeah, but if it's these people with like authority over you, though, then you can only do so much, right? Like, I think in general, if someone doesn't like you or you have a bit at odds with them, or even if you do like them, I mean, if you like them, even less reason to argue, right? Even if you like them, even less reason to argue. But sometimes you just gotta cop it in the real world, unfortunately, right? Like, there's been a lot of times, I think, even in Overwatch, right, where there's been like, fuck, I should, if I just say something, I'll get to, I'm pretty confident I'm in the right, etc., etc. But there's does it benefit you long term, right? Does it benefit you long term? Is the short term satisfaction. Is the short-term satisfaction of popping off or getting your fucking zinger in there, is that worth the long-term results? But like, if you like the person, then it's probably not, right? All right, where were we? All right, Lethal was getting fucked up. Crazy Raccoon have doubled down on him. They've thrown everything at him. Taking this beat trade very aggressively. Both Sojins are going to die. But, Nightmare. Love to get onto point. 4v4 now. Jumpin's going to bubble, but Kufa can wait this out. They clear the bubble, and now Kufa can just go back, shooting the tank. Suzu probably wasted, if anything, there onto Jumpin. Threatening the back line. Jumpin's going to try and go deep. Heesang's going to join in. They get the kill. Yeah, just no Suzu is gone. And again, Crazy Raccoon, they're finding... You can see they're sort of leaning more into... Like, they're almost like learning about the Hazard matchup as they go. Because I imagine they've not played too much into Hazard too much in Korea or in their sort of scrim bubble. But they're finding a chance to go past the Hazard here, right? Get onto that back line, get everyone to use the bubble. I guess this Jumpin probably has the healing bubble perk as well, right? Yeah, healing bubble perk, get everyone in the bubble, heal everyone. Alright, they can go and hold forward. 2 minutes on the clock. Primal Kitsune Rush in the back pocket for Crazy Raccoon. Alright, retake now. You can see Crazy Raccoon there sort of poised quite aggressively. Don't know why I said it like that. Poised! Poised quite aggressively. Kufa, I expect him to try and jump onto the Winston. They go past. Kitsune Rush is mirrored, but Jumpin's taken this quite aggressively with the bubble, right? So if you look at everyone's position, Kitsune Rushes are both in this area. Who's actually getting to stand on it? The answer is Crazy Raccoon. They're going to try and de-peek a little bit here. Pressure onto Admiral. Kufa is trying to get onto Lip. He's awfully far behind on alone. Lip's going to be forced to slide forward. There's a bit of decision making of whether to keep going forward or go backwards. Jumpin actually decides to go backwards. Gets the kill onto Kufa. UVTPs to Suzu, but it's all a little bit late. It's still a bit of a dogfight. Admiral finds a trade, Zero finds a pulse. Jumpin tries to bubble to get Shu out, but... Yeah, now it's just a die on point angle. And then we're kind of... Are we kind of getting to it, right? Do they win another fight from here? I don't know, like... So, I guess I should say, because I'm sort of skipping over some of these fights, or not, like... As in, I'm not going to go through and watch every interaction. But fights like the one we just saw, most of the time these type of Kiri Lucio comps, we're basically playing push-pull Overwatch. So one team will maybe swing with their neutral or push with an ult, the other team will respond, and it'll be sort of back and forth until somebody runs out of ults or somebody makes a mistake or somebody just, maybe a Sojin hits a shot in the middle of it. And that's kind of the nature of how the matchup goes. But a lot of these ones, both teams are kind of just committing. It's turning into a big old dogfight. You see Crazy Raccoon committing super deep, etc. Then all that happens is fuck. Overwatch happens, right? People are taking duels, people are trying to hit pulse bombs, people are trying to land shots. It just descends into a dogfight. And these things, I think, well, they happen in every game of Overwatch. They're actually really exciting to watch because you don't know what's going to happen because it's so chaotic. But it's, I always feel there's not actually too much to be gained from it in terms of, like analysis, I guess. Like you saying like a team environment, I wouldn't spend a lot of time sort of talking about our dogfight, you know, like all the dogfight situations. I'd be talking more about fights we can structure and stuff. But anyway, we're on the cusp. Lip's going to overclock out of spawn, beat in response. Ooh. Downpour at the choke. Forces for Suzu. It's separated Jumpin quite a lot. Jumpin's going to pop the primal. Lip's going to hit the shot. They've kind of blown their load really early here, haven't they? They've blown their load really early. Why is there an energy shock team in face at South America with PG Rack Attack if their profiles are legit? Are they doing to qualify for mid-season? I don't know, maybe. They want a free ticket to the Esports World Cup. I guess it's 2 imports allowed, right? So they're going to team up with the Brazilians to get a free flight. That's actually... I mean, a fair enough idea, right? Free LAN event. If you link it, I'll have a look. But face it, it's too hard to navigate. Let me finish this. Let me finish this fight because we're so close to the end, right?
This ends now.
All right, so they overclock out. I mean, you guys know how I feel about B into overclock, right? I just don't like it. Just don't like it. Like maybe this is like Kufa hits for slash. Benny threatens for downpour. You know, like he's fucking like Kufa's actually fucking boxed them in. You know, like they're in the cube right now. They're in the box. You know, so not a huge fan of this B. I understand why teams do it because you just want to get a headshot, etc., etc. But all right, the lip is going to swing. He's going to do some lip stuff. We're into dogfight Overwatch. Lip's going to take over touch. We'll be cleaning everything up though. All right, one more fight. One more fight. Full neutral. Wall onto the tracer. Nice from Kufa to overload on this side. Now Heesang is in trouble, right? Can he get out? He can get out. Alright. At least force his recall, though. Zero's going to start pressuring point. Yeah, actually, you know, like, what do they call it? Butterfly effect? Maybe not butterfly effect, but that's not quite the right word. But they force for recall here. Then they start pressuring point. Then all of a sudden, Heesang is just low on cooldowns because he's had his cooldowns forced up here. They're going to keep... Nightmare are going to move quickly. Zero's putting pressure on. Shu now has to Suzu, which means there's no Suzu for anything else. Kufa comes in. They're all just a little bit on the back foot. This is where the point pressure really comes into play because it's fucking overtime. You're locked to point. Kufa wants to take the head-to-head on point, whereas Jumpin, we've seen him go past for Hazard a lot of the time, right? Bubble's going to get broken. They slow it down. Lip's going to slide onto the high ground. This feels like a classic. How many times have we seen Lip hit the shot in that situation? Kufa will respond. Bit of pressure onto Lip. Jumpin just dies. And Jumpin just dies. Alright, so we're bubble on point. Maybe we just didn't need to bubble. We could have just dropped and just played. Like, Heesang still got the touch as well. So maybe I can still look to be a little bit more expansive with my decision making from jumping. Gonna get walled off. We're gonna jump top right. And we're just gonna take a... Yeah, we just jumped forward about bubble. Yeah, we kind of just inted. Does Shu have Suzu? Yeah, Shu doesn't have Suzu yet either because it was forced on Heesang earlier. Now all of a sudden we have about as big a pick as we could ask for. He's an onliner. I mean, he did win the LAN like literally the next day, but he's a bit... At this point in time, he's an onliner still. All right, then TP towards Lip to force the kill. Zero misses for Pulse Bomb. Gets the kill anyway. And yeah, it's just all over. Yeah, so like clumsy and wasteful, I think is the answer. Hold on, I just yeah, I don't know. This Route 66 was their worst game, I think, in terms of mistakes. But a lot of these ones also just feel like tiny margins, right? Like, if Jumping gets that prime on a second and then gets out, we're probably not saying anything. If he gets nanoed in that situation, we're just saying good ult trade. So I don't know. I'm really just, fuck yeah, Nightmare just did it, you know? I just did it. Just played really well. Hit the clutches, won the dogfights, right? Had a clear idea for their wing. Every matchup I feel like I've watched them play. I know it's been like pretty hazard heavy, but it feels like they have a clear idea of their win conditions when they have point advantage and stuff like this. So they played to their win conditions, hit a few pulse bombs, won a few clutchy dogfights. Admiral, I think, probably actually Admiral had a really great series. Like, Zero will get all the plaudits, which is probably fair enough too, honestly. It's like he played bad. But I don't know. I'm not a believer in any sort of like choker. Like, even at the time I thought Crazy Raccoon were rattled. And there's a few key mistakes here. but no, I'm not buying it. I'm denouncing the fluke. I'm denouncing the fluke. Yeah, I mean, I don't, because one thing that used to happen to us really often on maybe particularly season 5 London, right? So season 5 London, we come out, we start playing a few of our Rhine comps, right? But especially season 5, we played a whole range of comps. And if you go back and actually look at the season 5 comps, well, we always had a healthy sprinkling of Reinhardt, sure. We actually played a lot of the meta comps as well and found success. And even like our playoff run in season 5 didn't play any Reinhardt. But what would always be the narrative or the story spun about us would be like we would beat a team and then it'd be like, well, and that team had a really shit day. It's like, I mean, it can happen, right? But come on. Not every time. We went through an entire season of just every team we beat had a bad day. I was like, are we just the luckiest? So your narrative, for your narrative to make sense, we are the luckiest motherfuckers on the planet because we just so happen to play everyone on their worst day. Every time someone plays us, they have a really bad day at Overwatch. And that has happened over the course of 4-5 months, has it? Like, fuck. So I'm always really hesitant. What's the expression or the term? What's the way to say it? It's I'm always rather give credit than just this team play fucking shit, you know. And I think actually watching through the replay, they just won over 50-50s. Won the dogfights. They call it 50-50s, I guess that's more of a football term, but like all the dogfights, I guess, is something that's more commonly used in Overwatch. They just won all of those. Yeah, jump in a couple of bad moments, a couple of like close moments go against him. Maybe a couple of bad jumps. Feels like it did get worse, like King's Row to New Queen Street to Root. It did feel like the Root was the worst of them all, but that's what happens when you lose a series, right? You can feel it getting away from you. It's tangible. You start losing these 50-50 dogfights, you can feel it. I can feel it in the air that it's starting to slip away from you. That precious momentum, that precious, whatever you want to call it. And that magic sauce is slipping away. I think they didn't prepare in this match. No, because I think if I look at their bans, because obviously it's always hard sometimes to determine if someone's prepared, but the bans is like our best indicator for how much preparation I guess they did. And actually, I thought all their bans were pretty reasonable. Right? Like the Brig ban set them up perfectly. The Ram ban denied them on this. You know, the Hazard ban maybe ended up not being the most impactful, but they played a lot of it. Maybe they could have used that in a more like more crucial juncture. So, no, I think they prepared, because remember the way Crazy Raccoon expected their day to go is they were expecting this to be the only game they had today, right? Now they would win this game and then they play this game on Sunday. So it's their first game of the day. It's the only game they're really expecting to have that day. So I think when I look at their bans, I think what's the part of it that is true is I don't think they played against a lot of Hazard recently. So I think the Hazard actually caused them a bunch of problems. Like when they've been playing this Kiri, Lucio, Winston comp, I think once again they've been playing it loads. SSG have been playing it. Loads of the teams have been scrimming and playing it. Falcons have been playing it. So I think what happened is they just hadn't played against that comp very much in scrims, and there was an element of not being prepared for that. But I don't think it's a... what's the word? I don't think it's because they didn't try and put effort into the preparation. I think it's just because they didn't get any scrim time against those sort of comps, or at least very little. Let's look at this Face It thing. Is this for PG team? What was the team called? Do you remember? Was it just called NRG Shock? Oh, right. Yeah, that's maybe the giveaway, isn't it? Cal, PG, and Rack. Yeah, they're going to need to get some Brazilians in there, though. Yeah, I mean, I believe it's them. I believe it's them. I'm going to allow that post. Nice try, smart detection. But I'm going to allow people to say NRG. Controversial, I know. Yeah, this will be for Esports World Cup. Yeah, my guess is they're just doing a team up with the All-Star Brazilians, get themselves a free flight to the Esports World Cup. I mean, fair enough, right? Would you not do the same if you could? Get yourself a free trip to Stage 2 Major? Yeah, yeah. Didn't Cal move to Marvel Rivals? Yeah, well, remember, I think what's happened is this is just, the reason it's called NRG is it's just it's the team profile from before, right? So it's not fully, what's the word? Fully fleshed out with who's actually going to play. Or maybe, or he could just want a free holiday. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, would it? All right. Okay, should we look at the other Nightmare games? I need, like, let me grab some more water, because it's starting to get a little bit warm here as well. Cal coaching? Could be. What was I going to say? Oh, somebody asked about the drama. Let me go grab a drink in the toilet first. I can talk about the, what happened in the, for those who don't know, what happened in the grand finals about the pause and stuff. So we can talk about that, but to be fair, I think it's sort of a little bit, there's not too much drama really to tap into, but let me grab a drink and then we can go from there, okay? I'm back. Yeah, when I'm thinking about it a bit more, I guess is the biggest. The biggest thing is Crazy Raccoon are the most clutch team we've seen, definitely in OWCS history, maybe ever. And they lost every clutch, didn't they? Every time it came down to a scrappy fight, like that Route 66 last fight, New Queen Street, they didn't even give themselves a chance at the clutch because they C9. Kings Row, they mess up that final attack with Kitsune Rush advantage. They blow all these chances. They blow all the chances they should convert. They lose all the clutches when they have the opportunity. Oh, hiccups. When they have the opportunity. So yeah, they played worse on Route 66. Got countercomped a little bit on New Queen Street. But yeah, I don't know. I'm all in on the give Nightmare credit for this win. It's a hard-earned victory. If you win every clutch against Crazy Raccoon, man, I mean, fuck, you've done more than most teams have in history. I watched it live, Turdens, but we've not watched the replay. Once again? So I think I know the next game I'm not going to do it today because I need to go eat dinner soon. But this is probably obviously the grand final is on the radar. Once again, games, I feel like there's probably like these are like the two games to watch for once again, really. Maybe that Esperanza from once again SSG was really good as well. So maybe a combination of that. I think I'll do that later in the week. Maybe like Thursday or Friday or something. Need to figure out when we're recording Uncoachable as well. Need to make a call. That's a problem for later. I want to watch Virtus Pro as well, because maybe particularly this one. I know it wasn't a very exciting game, but I kind of want to know, like, what happened, right? Because this was not the most surprising result of the tournament, obviously, because this was. But Virtus Pro's performance here was one of the most surprising and maybe the most disappointing performance, I think, out of any team. That was so one-sided here. And that they lose Circuit Royale. I think they're actually... did they win the Circuit Royale here? Yeah, they lost both Circuit Royales Virtus Pro. All right, what people were asking about the what should we call it? Let me go to Reddit. They were asking about the pause drama. Is it the pause drama or the not the pause drama, the map pick stuff between Crazy Raccoon and Falcons in the final, right? In terms of, it feels like it's all been amicably resolved between the two teams at least. There's no beef. The beef has been squashed. But there was 2 incidents, right? Let me... Oh, wait. Is there more? It's more, surely. There we go, it's loading. Which one was it? I can pass it. There was one that was like update, basically, right? Jumping on Discord. Update, here we go. Update regarding penalties during the grand finals. Oh, okay. So there were 2 incidents. Maybe go back a little bit further. So there were 2 incidents. There was one after the lower bracket final. So after the lower bracket final, Crazy Raccoon win, and they are told, we need your map pick for the grand final in 10 minutes. You don't have to, I think it's just map pick, not rosters, not bans, but you need to submit your map pick. Is that right? Wait, let me check, because it has to make sense, because it'll be Falcon's map pick. Hold on, I need to go further back. Let me make sure I get this situation right. I don't want to spread misinformation. Ooh. Where is it? Not Pine. Discussion regarding penalties. Here we go. Okay, it was the hero ban. So regulation-wise, CR had to select their bans 10 minutes after the lower bracket finals. Oh, so Falcons already submitted their map. They had to submit bans. However, they strongly objected, claiming that the players were not ready. Then the referee gave them an exception to the rules and accepted the delay. So I think it says here, thus Falcons were made to wait over 10 minutes without any clarification. But I think this was clarified that Falcons actually gave this the thumbs up, didn't they? Falcons gave it a thumbs up. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. We're happy to wait for it. It's not the end of the world. So I think this one was all... They were given an exception, but it was allowed. Then there was the one that happened during the grand finals. When this one is the one that feels like an admin mistake, right? Where so after map 4... Yeah, first one was before the series began. And then the second one happens... the second one happens between... or after map 4 in the grand finals. So when it was 2-2. And this is where... Okay, so after map 4, we were given a 5-minute break and the referee did not announce at the start of... that this was the start of the ban phase, so we naturally waited believing the ban phase would start after the break. The referee arrived 50 seconds late after the break ended, and we immediately submitted our bans. But due to strong protest from CR, we received a penalty, random map and random side, for exceeding the time limit. So that was the Esperanza, yeah. This is where we went to Esperanza. But I believe... I'm going to struggle to find it, but I'm pretty sure they wanted to pick Esperanza anyway, right? Which is a bit confusing, because I don't know why... Who's Pap? Oh, let me go back. Let me travel back in time. Yeah, because I don't know why Falcons would pick Esperanza. But I swear I read in one of the statements that they wanted to pick Esperanza, so it was all fine. Or not all fine, but as in a doesn't matter. Thanks, Beanpot. Yeah, let me find it, because, also tweet from Lip. Let's see. What doesn't exist anymore? Oh, there is a translation. Because of false rumors, we had a talk with Falcons. Everything is resolved. It was Pavan and 9K. I swear someone said somewhere. Let me translate these. Currently, Overwatch 2 is trying various changes for the fans after blah, 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 blah. However, problems occurred due to a lack of systematic feedback during the process. As an adult who put young players in a situation, I feel deeply sorry and have a great sense of responsibility. Right, this one is the one that's translated in here, right? That's that post. Alright, the 9K. Recently, amid the spread of false rumors and various speculations, we had another conversation. The errors and misunderstanding were resolved. We deeply apologise to the Raccoon team for any unwanted damage or inconvenience. Okay, and I think Lips deleted these tweets then, as to not, like, spur the... Alright, so basically Falcons were apparently late to submit a map pick, so they had it randomised. However, it was revealed that the map they picked was the one it was randomised to anyway, Esperanza. That feels so unlikely, right? It feels so unlikely. Now, out of all the maps, it just happened to be the one they wanted. Because the Esperanza pick doesn't feel that good anyway. The only thing that was changed was that they couldn't pick which side to be on, so no actual penalty was given. As for drama, that's just why it happened. Hold on, let me open up these. Oh, is this the one? Is this the original one from Lip? Hello, currently rumours are not based on facts and being spread and reproduced, so we talked to Falcon again and amicably resolved. Everyone, amicably resolved. Okay, let's look at this when we talk about it on broadcast.
Obviously, there's some discussion on stage about some specific rules and some timings, Matt.
Yeah, so that map was a Falcons map pick, but they actually submitted the pick in late. So you have 60 seconds. Believe Crazy Raccoon, they're timing that thing really good. I believe it comes in a few seconds after. So Crazy Raccoon kind of calls out on it. That actually has the map being randomized for that.
That's the ruling on that, yeah.
But the map pick that they would have had anyway was Esperanza, so they kind of got quite fortunate there. But just a little extra drama added to the series.
Yeah, probably not what we expected to see here, but for Falcons,
That's gotta be so fucking unlikely, right? Like, it's... I mean, I know they said it happened, but, like, if we go to the... So yeah, so what happens? This is map 5. So the maps that can't be played, because all the modes are open, so we can't play Oasis because we played it. We can't play Runa Sappy because we played it. What else do we have? Suravasa and Root. Can't be Suravasa, can't be Root. So it's a 1 in 8 chance that you get the map you wanted anyway. And they landed that 1 in 8 chance. Right? It just... I mean, obviously it's possible. They've literally got a 1 in 8 chance. But it feels so... it feels so preposterous that it just all happened to line up. Because also Esperanza seems like a pretty dog shit choice for them as well, right? Like, if I'm Falcons at this point in the series, what's happened so far? And let's refresh our memories. So, what's happened so far is we picked Oasis, we won Oasis, like going 1-1 of Amalgam Mirror, but then I think they swapped to Diva on University, right? Yeah, swap Amalgam to Diva. So once they swapped to Diva, they started winning, but then beat the Winston with it as well. Suravasa, they lose a Winston Mirror. Cheers. Runa Sappy, they win Malga versus Winston. CR do swap to Malga, but not until the last minute. Then we go Route 66, and they lose a Winston Mirror. So why on earth would we go Esperanza? As opposed to, yeah, Lijiang seems like the obvious choice. I guess you're worried about the new Queen Street. Maybe they're just trying to block new Queen Street for the rest of the series. And then, I guess that's your 50-50, right? If you pick Lijiang, you block Ilios. If you pick Esperanza, you block new Queen Street. You'd probably rather play Circuit Royale and Junkertown. And you'd probably rather play King's Road and Blizzard World. So, like, these are the picks you would, like, per mode, these are the picks you would do, right? And it's just which mode are you most interested in blocking. I mean, blocking the new... I know they lost the new Queen Street against Nightmare, so people maybe aren't rating it so highly. But I think the reputation for Crazy Raccoon on New Queen Street is don't let these guys fucking play New Queen Street, you know? So maybe it's not the craziest pick. And maybe they did just get lucky. Did hero bans get randomized as well? No, I don't think so. It was only people talking about the map in all of this. I don't know if they talk... Let me reopen this at the timestamp.
Obviously, there's some...
App was a...
on the clock.
Being randomized this broad, so they got...
Yeah, probably not what we expected to see here, but for Falcons, that's still an issue. That's the map that they were hoping to pick, and they come off decidedly second best.
Yeah.
Tough pill to swallow, especially now that they're staring down the barrel. This is a verified match point scenario now for Crazy Raccoon.
I imagine they get their map pick in on time for this one. So
yeah, I mean,
they have to know that.
It was a situation which, like Crazy Raccoon, they see it comes in, they call for a rules enforcement. They say, you know, we want this to be policed as per the letter of the rules, and you know, in a situation like this where timing is
I kind of like it from Crazy Raccoon, if I'm honest. Like, you were playing quite well, your head dived down, right? Let's get going. Let's get into the next one. Let's kind of cycle this one through, right? Let's keep things going in our direction. We see the map pick there. It ends up working out for Falcons that they end up getting the map that they originally would have selected, but they don't get a win on.
Yeah, bizarre that they actually end up on the exact map they wanted, but a lot to talk
Yeah,
about.
that's what I'm saying, Huber.
The Falcons are playing them out of composition. They're opting not to try and...
It's weird. CR did... This is what I mean. This is where it's like... we got to be very careful over what is like... What's actually true in all of this. Because the implication there from Uber is that CR rulebooks them, right? But did they? Like, not in a, playing the devil's ad, whenever we get into these weird, like, one team saying this, one team saying that, and you're trying to determine what happened, right? Because if you say CR, like, they rule booked him, the implication is someone is, or you're trying to, the narrative that comes from that is, well, Crazy Raccoon are just actually a little bit fucking, taking every advantage, blah, blah, blah. But if the admin comes back late, my interpretation, based on what I've read, is that all of this interaction happened really between the admins and Falcons more than anything else. Let me open up all of these again. I need to find the original post, I feel like. Where's the original? Because it all stemmed from Hambin responding to Lip, right? After Lip posted in Discord. Back into the weeds, This one. Yeah, that's just word for word that, isn't it? Oh yeah, there is this bit here. So if you look at like Hambin's original statement here, so I'll read you the point too. Falcon team ban. So this is about Falcon's team ban time exceeded. After the fourth set ended, a 5-minute break was given. The referee did not announce the start of the ban pick. We waited, understanding that the ban pick would begin after the break, and the referee arrived 50 seconds later. We immediately submitted a ban pick, but due to the strong protest of the Raccoon team, we ended up receiving a serious penalty of random map plus random camp, which is side selection, due to the 2-second delay. Yeah, no, I'm inclined to, I'm like, maybe, what's the word? Anti-admin in all of this, maybe. It feels like the admin just fucked up. And either didn't communicate clearly that, like, we need the ban pick before the break. Well, see, Hambin made his post initially because people were asking Lip in his Discord people were asking Lip in his Discord, and he was saying the reason for the game being delayed between map 4 and 5 was it was Falcons. Falcons were the reason for the delay. And then what happens is Falcons start to receive like some kind of backlash for this, so Hambin then posting this to be like, whoa, here's the clarity on the situation, here's what's going on. I think the actual issue is number 4, as in the reasons. I can read it. Our team tried to quietly let the situation go without officially raising the issue. However, yeah, that's kind of, I guess, what I was just talking about, right? So it's a response to Lip. So yeah, because they're getting public criticism and stuff about something like that, well, like that, and they don't feel like these aren't all the facts are public. Let's make all the facts public. Feel like an admin issue, but had weird tone of the tweets. Then the team sort it out. There's no beef between them. Yeah, because there was all these posts afterwards where everyone sort of apologizes for, maybe putting out some information but not the full story. Or I don't think anyone was like intentionally trying to throw any other team under the bus or anything like that. Everyone's all super apologetic, apologizes for like the causing confusion, etc., etc. The two teams have talked. It's all been, everyone uses the word amicably. Apologies to each team, etc. So it feels like there's all been a lot of there's no beef, right? Everyone's settled it between them. I guess some of it is the bit that sucks, the bit that really sucks is the fact that this happens at such an important juncture in the grand final. Like, and this happens in map 4, you have your, like, a sort of extended break because of it. It's tied up 2-2. It's now a best of 3 for all the fucking marbles. And then you have to deal with, like, some bullshit in terms of rules and admin. It's distracting. It's inconvenient. And really, what you want in any game of Overwatch, but especially when we're at the grand final stage, is you want it to be settled in the server, right? Who plays the better Overwatch? The team who plays the better Overwatch wins. You don't want these external factors to you don't want these external factors to be influencing. You want to just know genuinely who was the best in the fairest possible circumstances for both teams. Which feels like is which is not what we got. And then, you know, based on how the games go after that, we see Crazy Raccoon beat both the Falcons map picks, you know, win 2 clutches. You know. Right. It's impossible to say how much it affected the players, but it's also... I'd be like, the fact that it didn't... The idea that it doesn't affect the players, I think is also false. How close was Esperanza? It was pretty fucking close, wasn't it? I'm going to show you the exact... Where am I going? Let me mute past me. You got sportsbook bookmarked? I mean, if they're gonna keep letting me win money on football, I'm gonna keep winning money on football. I mean, I don't win big money. I don't wanna overstate my position. I'm like, I enjoy, what would you call it? Well, how do you phrase it? I enjoy, like, the sport of betting rather than the... I'm not in it to get rich quick. I just enjoy, oh, I think this will happen. These seem like good odds, you know. I enjoy, I guess, the problem-solving part of it. Yeah. The art of betting? Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's not actually the closest Esperanza at all, is it? Right? Don't even get checkpoint. Oh, no, they do get checkpoint. Okay. But, like, they get checkpoint in overtime. Yeah, they had a big comeback, didn't they? On the, I forget what... Was it literally the map 5? They had a big comeback either way. Yeah, it was. It was a big comeback right at the end there. See, I don't know. It's just shitty, right? It's just shitty because you just want the teams to decide it between the gameplay, not any of these external things. So I don't know if it was like a constant issue or if this was, you know, if the admins make one blunder in the course of running a tournament, then it really sucks and it was the fucking grand final. It sucks that it happened at all. but there's some level of mitigation here. And it feels maybe it just wasn't clear. And it means it wasn't clear when this ban phase, etc. would start. But the thing is, because they give you so little time for the bans, you need to really know when it was. You need to be as informed as... The teams need to be as informed and reminded as often as possible. So yeah, it sucks that it happened. Did it change the result? I thought Crazy Raccoon were going to win coming into it anyway. Crazy Raccoon still had... you know, the deeper we go into the map pool, the more it favours Crazy Raccoon because there's more dive maps than there are amalgam maps. So I don't know if it changed the result, but maybe it's... I mean, it would have affected the players for sure. Did we find out why no... oh, wait. I'll come back to that one. None of the players say it changed the result, but yeah. Yeah, I think... yeah. I mean, it doesn't feel like anyone got robbed. It's just shit that it happened, right? It's... This is meant to be our state, like our grand final of our major. Our biggest event of the year so far. It's, just leaves a little bit of a... wish it was better type. Wish it was better. Wish they did better. Why did they fuck it up at this stage, you know? In terms of why there were such long pauses on the first day, I don't know. Some of it was just tech issues, right? Who was it? Was it Shu's computer that blew up or something? Or at least the computer Shu was using. And not literally blew up. Hyperbole, like crashed and wouldn't work, so they had to replace the computer. So some of this is just... I mean, you'd think, because this happens at every LAN, any game, whatever. There's day one of the LAN is always, if there's going to be problems, it always happens on day one. And for whatever reason, esports in general hasn't been able to move past past this and just get it right from day one. But what happens at a lot of other events, right? Like if I, because if you look at our day one, right, day one of a major. It's actually a pretty big day of fucking action, right? In terms of we get to see all the teams. We get Virtus Pro versus once again. We get 2 elimination games. Like, fuck. We got 6 games in total. Big event, right? But let's say I go to... What's the CS event that's just started? IEM Melbourne? Where am I going? Melbourne. So... This one has started as well, right? Okay? So, to be fair, I don't know if they did have issues. Obviously, they've been doing IE events for a long time, so hopefully not. But if I look at the opening games from day one here... So, 21st, 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 21st? 21st. Have I got the same? Oh, no, 22nd. So, only the upper bracket happens on day one, right? So, there's no elimination games, nothing like that. But also... This is a group stage, right? This isn't the playoff bracket, it's a group stage. So if there's delays on the first day of group stage, I presume these games happened, yeah, same day, some of these will be on a second stream, etc. It's the upper bracket, only of the group stage, blah, 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 blah. Then, by the time we get to playoffs, this is significantly later, right? So if anything goes wrong on day one, it's not the most high-profile games. It's not even the start of the whole thing, right? Like, the 21st is what? That was yesterday. That was Monday. So if they have any tech issues, if they have any problems, these all go wrong on Monday. They solve them all on Monday, and then they're fixed for the rest of the event. So when the majority of people tune in, which is probably going to be maybe like these last games, right? Like, that's tomorrow. That's Wednesday. Maybe this game is like the big one, like... 23rd. When's that? That's also Wednesday. One of these games. 25th is that for Saturday? Well, that's for Friday. So yeah, by the time we get to their final weekend, which is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, fuck, everything's resolved, right? And this is where you're going to get your highest viewership. And this is where all eyes are going to be on you, etc., etc., etc. this is where everything's going to be long solved, smooth operations. Everything is going to be a nicely oiled machine by this point. So I think what a lot of other events get is, while they have tech issues as well, they have longer events. So you get all the problems on like day one of a group stage, and everyone goes, it's a bit shit. Why can't they get it to work first time? Which is a fair criticism. I'll give you that. But they have it then, and then by the time you get to the premiere stage, for one where you get your peak viewership and all eyes are on you, everything is all already sorted. And I think that's why it always feels worse with Overwatch. Because do you remember, what was it, Dallas last year? Dallas day one? Really taking the piss type delays. Wrong lobby settings, all of this. And the worst part is, that's a day where 2 teams get eliminated as well, and the matches are all high profile. So I don't know if there was anything else in there. I presume most of it was just tech issues. Obviously, we had all those audio issues, right? On both the clean feed that we were using and on the main broadcasters too. So, I mean, I get that it happens to everyone. It's just shitty that our event, because our events are only 3 days, they feel worse for us than they do for other ones. Or for other esports, I should say. The main issue I noticed was the teams I liked kept losing. If that could be fixed next time, that would be great. We'll try. We'll try. These long events got to be exhausting. Yeah. I mean, some of the having to do the lower bracket run. Let me bring up the CS one again. Because, oh, not that. Here. Because these are long events as well. You'll play lots of games, but they're all quite nicely spaced out. So you're playing 1 or 2 games a day max. Maybe just 1, right? Let's take an example. Who's played a lot of games here? Who's gone into lower bracket as well? Maybe FlyQuest. So FlyQuest played on the 21st. Then they played on the 22nd. And yeah, Navi played on the 21st. They played on the 22nd. And when FlyQuest next playing. Yeah, like 1 game a day for all these teams, right? And then even once we get to playoffs, it's going to be, you're going to play 1 single elim, you're going to play 1 quarterfinal, you're going to play 1 semi-final, and then you play the grand final on Sunday. So, again, all very nicely spaced out, but this is the luxury of time, right? The luxury of time, because this is a Monday to Sunday event. So that is 7 play days. So they've got a nicely spaced out tournament. And they've got, how many is this? 16 teams? 1, 2, 3, 4 by 4. Yeah, 16 teams. Nice. You got 7 days. You can do a big old group stage. And this is, if you heard me talk on, was it on Coach Bar I was talking? Or maybe it was just on the stream. I was talking about single elim. I think this is a good example of where single elim is really fine. Because sure, we'll get to our top 6. But fuck me, we've had a double elim bracket group to get us to this place. So by the time we get to our top 6, everyone's had their opportunity, right? And we've had a chance to see all the different regions play each other, etc. So by the time we get here, we just have super high-stakes single elim games all to play for, blah, blah, blah. We'll crown an eventual winner, and it all builds quite nicely. Whereas Overwatch is always so compact, because we got no money, guys, unfortunately. It was like that since the glory days of Overwatch League. In terms of, like packed schedule. Yeah, I mean, even in Overwatch League, I don't think there was a couple of LANs that were, like, significantly longer. Can I go back? Or I need to go to... Ooh. I guess I'm going to start on any day. I can find it from here. Playoffs. Ooh. Oh, yeah, we did group stage. When was that? So that was September the 28th. 29th, 30th. So 3 days. And then we go to playoffs on the 1st. Well, yeah, it was all just on 1 day. So it's still 2 games. So it's still more compact, isn't it? The main issue I noticed was the teams I found kept losing. If that could be fixed, yeah, we'll try and fix those games for you next time. I think OC's title. What do you mean? What's of her newest video? What is it? Ooh, is it here? No. Great Chinese throw off. Is this the one you mean? What am I looking at? Oh, someone else did it? I don't know. Lots of people were calling it a throw off, right? Who is Jam? Don't know. I think it's easy enough to I think it's easy enough to overlap on stuff like that. Any good notifications? No. I think Jam put together like some reactions from streamers to it. Yeah, but there's always loads of videos like what was I? There was one I was watching this morning, which was just like everyone's reaction to the Nightmare win. Who was it? What's his name? Is it Ahmad? No, it's not, is it? Fuck. You got recommend? Yeah, I was in my recommended. I don't. Fuck. Ah, there's none of these. A Martin. Oh, there we go. Miller's got it. Nice one. Yeah, this is the one, right? Where it's just, oh, it's me. Yeah, Nightmare versus CR end reactions. Yeah, and it's just like, I don't know if it timestamps it, but, oh yeah, just like all the different co-streamers who were watching it and their reactions. Yeah, I presume everyone just had the same sort of like pop-off disbelief. Oh my god!
Just fight.
From Crazy Raccoon.
C9, C9, C9! Oh! No. And look at their ults. They left. Swinson, pull Swinson. Holy shit, you can post Monkey and blow him up. Hazard can block, like, I don't know, it's really bad to pulse Haz. Go top. Oh my god, jump in died. Nice, nice, I like not pulsing there. Lip, 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 lip! Oh fuck, whatever. No! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! That's bad.
You heard the
But yeah, I'm sure there's like a bunch of these type ones, you know, where it's just like the reactions of all the different streamers, etc, etc. Because there's a lot of channels like this, right? Because I think all of Amart's stuff is kind of like that. Like almost like stream highlights, but unofficial. Like, what was that guy's name? Was it Noob Hunter? Those kind of ones where it's just like it's just like a highlight reel of different streamers. Fresh Nuts? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, that rings a bell. But yeah, okay. Yeah, we don't have time to look at another one. Oh, thank you, Cousin Mini. I know they would never, obviously, but it's such a lovely feeling knowing CR were trying as hard as they could. Yeah, we came to the same conclusion, Miller, as well. We just watched the Nightmare Crazy Raccoon retake, and I feel like I'm now it's now cemented in my, I guess, in my heart and my soul. Crazy Raccoon, there was no egregious day. They just got outplayed, and I think that's actually the best possible result. That Nightmare have just proven all you need to do is play well, and you can take it to these top teams. And they should be given a lot of credit for that, right? A lot of credit, Nightmare. And the question is now, we've seen Nightmare at their peak, going blow to blow with Crazy Raccoon. The question is now, how often can that happen? How often can that happen? Yeah, we've not watched the Sunday one yet, because that'll be an interesting comparison of what's changed? What's changed from A to B? Peak analysis, just get good and be better. I mean, yeah, you just if you want to win games, you got to play good Overwatch, right? You got to play good Overwatch. Not yet, Poker Green. No, I'm gonna be doing more of these streams throughout the week. I need to figure out when we're recording Uncoachable. Yeah, it comes down to when we're recording Uncoachable. Maybe the day I record Uncoachable, I won't be streaming. But all the other ones, I think, all the other, like, Monday to Friday, well, it's Tuesday now. Wednesday to Friday, whichever one we don't record Uncoachable on, I won't stream. But, the other days I will stream. Maybe I'll stream a bit on the weekend as well. It's ultimately what it comes down to. Yeah, I mean, because you can essentially out macro or out strategize another team. But what happens if both teams are just playing good Overwatch, right? We've seen this a lot in Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, right? So think back to Stockholm, and both teams, there was a few things Falcons were doing that were just like, oh, I actually think they understand the comp better than Crazy Raccoon do. They have a better solution to the neutral. They have a better way to play a lot of the low ult fight situations, everything like that. But a lot of the time we've seen Falcons and Crazy Raccoon play, they've actually just both been really good at the comp. They go blow for blow, and all that happens, think like Orisa meta at the end of Stage 2, and Proper just pops off. Proper just has more individual impact, and when both teams are playing comps they're comfortable on, comps they are good at, whether they're mirror comps or not, they're both playing comps they're good at, they both understand how they want to play their comp into the enemy's comp, they both have good macro, suddenly everything is equalized again, and it all comes down to individuals having big moments. Guess, don't know yet. We had one locked down, but there was a few problems with flights and stuff, so everything is actually in flux right now. Constant is entering. I imagine nearly back in Australia. Sorry, what was your 1 kilo? It was a long one. Yeah, I think Nightmare trolled bans and CR really denied Nightmare from setting up well. So Nightmare were forced into baiting a lot more, which we will also. You mean in the this is the second game you're talking about, right? Yeah, we've not watched that one back yet, but I think there's an element of mentality is worse after getting 3-0'd by Falcons. Like if you lose closely to Falcons, I think it's really easy to keep on. But when you get bodied by Falcons, maybe it feels worse. I think where were we here? Is like the ball ban probably reasonable, but this brig ban always fucks you up. But and then I don't know. All of these bans don't seem that unreasonable. Maybe the biggest one is the Circuit Royale question mark. Was there something else they could have thrown in there? But I think they get the matchup they want, right? They get a Ram mirror. Don't know if they trolled the bans here in the second one, if that's the one you mean at least. I heard we didn't move for like 5 minutes after that map, traumatizing Ajax. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, it's always, obviously a lot of stuff happens. You know, there's multiple mistakes in a game, but if you make the last mistake in the final fight, that one will hurt more. Can I give Sauna a job? No, not currently looking for any new staff. You know when roster lock will be for stage 2? I don't know off the top of my head. But probably like a week or two before. Yeah, I'll get the VOD of this up on YouTube as well, Blix. For anyone who missed anything. I'll put it on the second channel, the VOD's channel. I think if Nightmare win that first Lee Chang, their day looks a different versus Falcons. Agree. 100% agree, Garlis. I think the fact that they lose that situation from such a big advantage position is a huge just sort of gut punch to any sort of momentum or confidence. And from there it was just downhill. I mean, on Ilios, they should ban Pharah rather than Bull. You think? I don't know. I mean, I guess you're... there's an argument there in the sense that, like, because Kufa doesn't want to go Diva at any point, the Pharah becomes a bigger problem. But also, the Bull ban's, like, really fucking hard to deal with. Like, I actually thought back on... Where we go? On this first one, when they played Ilios, I thought Nightmare were actually trolling by not banning not banning Bull when it was left open. Obviously, it's Lijiang Tower as well, so you can see more of an argument for it. But I mean, fuck, it's still hard to play against for Bull. I think the thing is, what you want to do, you want to ban both heroes, so they both have validity. I think it was who was it? It was Chris who was saying. It was Chris who was saying because it happens if you coach a team right now. If you coach a team in a ban meta, all that happens. If you lose the game, you get hindsight. You get hindsight coach, or you should have banned this instead. Because what you do is you watch the game, you see what hero does gets loads of fucking value, then said, I should have fucking banned that, you know? And with the Genji one, I don't know. I don't think they needed to protect the Genji. Like, the Genji ban hurts him, but I don't think... I mean, obviously we'll watch the series tomorrow, and maybe I'll feel differently, but... I don't feel like that was the difference maker when I watched it live. I mean, to be fair, on New Queen Street, they handled the ball well. Yeah. I don't know. If anything, I thought Nightmare's bans were more troll on this first... where am I going? Where is it? Here. More on this first day, right? I guess the ball was protected there anyway. And they want to run the Tracer themselves. Yeah, I'll see how I feel about it tomorrow, but I don't think any of the bans felt too bad on this. I think you take the Ana away from on King's Row. That's like one that's like frequently works against a bunch of the Korean teams. They always seem to do that there, so they could just like try and force the Ram mirror. Or some kind of ground tank mirror. Doghan is playing in the second tier of EU FPL. Oh yeah, wasn't he on a Overwatch OWCS Korea team or something in the Soup Cup? That's where I have that memory. He's on Poker Face? Yeah, is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, there he is. I mean, I guess if he's doing nothing, why not, mate? Why not?
Up. One ball here. Ball one. Ball one, 10 speed. Chase. So that, Lungana.
On the right.
Don't let him cap. On that.
We're fine.
Nice. Lulu.
Also put a touch point. Yeah, both.
Alright, sure. Go point now. Go point. Stabilize in point now. We don't want to fight off point.
Corner will be on point. He's not really doing much here.
With you in two, for sure.
They stopped.
I mean, I believe you. I've not seen him, but I believe you. He's just awake at a weird time, getting some action. But yeah, overall, I mean, I'm pretty okay with these bans. Whoa. The Pharah one, I reckon, probably has the most legs of actually, because of the, like, you know, you want to ban the ball on Ilios, but the Pharah on Lijiang. I think that one you've got a point on. The other one, though, like the Ana ban, I think is really good value on this King's Row. And I guess they're just really keen to protect support here. And if anything, if you get a Ram mirror, that's when you should feel okay about that if you're Nightmare versus Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, if you can't win the Ram mirror, then you're probably not going to win. Because if we go back to this one, they got the Ram mirror on King's Row. Oh, wait, no. No, they didn't. They just played Hazard. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm misremembering. Oh, yeah, it was a Ram ban there coming out from Crazy Raccoon. That's why it was different. But yeah, in theory, you should feel happy with the Ram mirror. Same, like, actually, even on, like, this Falcon series. The fact that they get the Ram into the Nightmare, I think this is actually exactly what they wanted. The problem is they lost it. You know, sometimes you can get the matchup you want, but if you still lose, you still fucking lose. Alright, any more questions? Otherwise, I think I'm going to make dinner. And then we'll be back tomorrow, probably. Probably tomorrow. With a little bit more. What's for dinner? I got some leftover. We had like a roast dinner yesterday, like roast beef, roast potatoes for whole thing. So I've got a bit of leftover beef, bit of leftover potatoes. Maybe I'll do some more peas and a bit leftover gravy. So, nice, easy dinner. Not a sausage sandwich, no. I'm past for sausage arc for now. What am I doing? Let's close this. Is there anything else? I feel like I'm forgetting something, but maybe I'm not. Maybe it's just unrelated things that I have to do. What's this I'm looking at? Match. I still can't believe how OA lost this map. This was the Esperanza. A clear shy of a problem situation. You know, mate, it happens all the time on Esperanza. If a Malga comp gets going, the snowball is so good. If you can get on the front foot and actually, once you're pushing on the Malga comp, you're attacking like Esperanza, like you're attacking downhill, you're really good. It's just the retakes that you can just get stuck on for fucking ages. And to be fair, honestly, like, if I remember that map correctly as well, was it not something like, as we headed into overtime, once again had fucking 3 ults versus 1 or something, and then Gushway, it's, Gushway just fluffs for fucking Primal. A rare, you know, people don't want to accept this, but it was actually, I feel like it started with a Gushway blunder. Where are we going? Esperanza.
So hard.
Shut up, Crispy. It's like this one, right? Like, fuck. Double support ult. Primal. They have a pulse bomb. Not quite their support ult yet. Yeah, unless they... Well, I think they... If anything, they probably expect him to have support ults, and he's trying to trade Primal for support ult. You know, like, use Primal to force beat or Kitsune Rush. But, like, he jumps past him now. He goes on him in the backline. He's on Fielder. Forces for TP, tries to separate, just gets blown up. It's hard to tell from his POV. We'll see it when we watch it in the replay. But all of a sudden, Gushway, he just goes in, he gets nothing for his Primal. There's question marks to be asked of where was the rest of once again during all of this? How good was the swing? Then Gushway comes in for one more. They go for a beat push. Beat push is, you know, they get the bubble onto the Malga. They do kill Hambib before this. Stalker finds a trade onto Shy for it as the beat push comes in. But it's 4v4, tank advantage. Kitsune rush down. But Fielder's going to get the later Kitsune rush. Proper's going to find the kill onto Gushway. Again, it'll be easy to see in the replay, but... I don't know. It's not like a slam dunk situation, right? As in, you got 3 ults versus 2, you should always win. But it's a missed opportunity. And then was it, which one? Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one, isn't it? Fuck. Because who even gets caged? Is it just Shy? Maybe it's just for Kira. Maybe it's just Monk. Yeah, it's just Monk in the cage. So actually, if they get the beat off, even if they lose Monk. I mean, stuff's being traded, right? Stuff's getting traded. Weak link theory. There's a big argument for weak link theory, isn't it? Maybe I've just about, we've scraped that narrative through. All right, what am I doing? Who are we raiding? I feel like I've not raided Vega in a very long time. Who else is live? Cloudy, Kelsey, Rack. Can I raid Lars? Not raiding Lars. Kio's live. Cran. Maybe I'll go Vega. A rare Vega raid. Alright? So I might be back tomorrow same time, or I might be recording Uncoachable. I don't know what the answer to that is yet. So keep an eye out. I might be there. I'll probably post in my Discord or something if I am or am not. So that's probably the place for the information. And yeah, worst case, I'll be back Thursday, Friday, and we'll look at some more as well, right? Will make sense? All right. Appreciate everyone joining in. Hopefully it was entertaining / educational / something like that. But I appreciate everyone coming to join. And I'll see you all in a few days, I guess, really. Or maybe even tomorrow. We'll wait and see. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your night.